Hello and what's this? Okay. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be here testing out the UK because we are doing a video where we're trying to figure out what the strongest start in the game is. And, well, actually, we're not doing a video where we're figuring it out. We're doing a video where we have already done several starts trying to figure it out and presenting who we think the strongest start in the game is. And the kind of the last one we want to try out here is the UK. This is the final shaboodle. I swear to God there are loud planes outside. I swear to God they're not all in my head. We have seen, this year there has been so many fewer loud planes outside than there has been any other year when they do the air show. And so I'm left looking like a silly willy because you guys don't hear the loud planes. I hear them. They haunt my nightmares. But then I wake up and the nightmare truly begins. Yeah. But we are going to be playing as Great Britain. Now, Great Britain is kind of the one... I am the one, the... How's that thing go? Great Britain is, I think, in terms of the poll, when we polled everyone who they thought the strongest start in the game was, Great Britain was that one. They were him. They were he. Great Britain was winning with 39%, with what we did yesterday, Prussia/Austria forming Mega Germany at 30%. Great Britain has a lot of advantages and is just super solid at everything. They're not bad at anything. And they don't have... They have, like... They're just super, super good at everything. And so let's kind of just dive in and take a little bit of a look and a little bit of a thing. Hey, Gene, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Usually the timing's like off. So what's the current ranking? We haven't really said what we think the ranking is, but we've kind of spoiled some of the ideas that we kind of have them split into two categories. There's like the top 3 and the 4 through 6. And kind of where we are is the top 3 are probably France, Prussia, UK. And the 4 through 6 are Russia, USA, and China. Is kind of what I'm thinking. France in the test didn't look as good as I thought they were going to look. I suppose we could take a quick look at what we did yesterday. Germany hits this really hard power spike, but after that I think that the spikes are gone. Both France and Germany have an interesting sort of consideration. At least on this very current patch. I assume bankrolls are getting nerfed. If bankrolls don't get nerfed, this really textures which country starts I think are best. But both France and Germany have interesting considerations in that France is the country that is basically guaranteed to rev. And so if you're playing as France, and when countries rev and you're reasonably large, often you can get a bankroll from one of the sides. When you're playing as France, you cannot get a bankroll from France. And so the fact that you are basically denied a bankroll on France, I think is really substantive, and probably 2 bankrolls maybe over the course of the entire game. This is really substantive. France has a lot of really strong advantages, though, in that their industrialist bonus is the best bonus in the game. They will have access to good companies, and eventually, France, if you can subjugate North German Fed and Austria, you can form Central Europe as France as well, after you gain the culture from going after Belgium. So they have the biggest possible formable in France, but Germany has this really monstrous power spike right when you form Mega Germ. But then their cards kind of played, and they're not going to have anything kind of insane. And so first 20 years, 10 to 20 years, Germany's going to look really, really insane. But then the back 80 or so, they won't look as strong necessarily in terms of their trajectory, but they will have already gotten a really, really big advantage. I think kind of the elephant in the room is that every single country will go for and annex basically all of India at some point. For very little infamy, but they do it in the mid-50s, and so we haven't really tested this as much. So there's that. USA, interestingly enough, we have them in the 4 through 6 category. They maybe even go in the top 3 if they very consistently can get more bankrolls than other countries, which we have too small a sample size to really know. And so this is kind of a little bit tough in terms of the evaluation, because it's very like light switchy, which is like, if you average one more bankroll, this is an absolutely monstrous bonus. And in terms of like so we are in 51 here with Germany with 75 million GDP. That trajectory is a little bit off because we scuffed our own graph, because we swapped sides, because a low skilled a low skilled war that we should have won, and so we swapped sides to make it so that we won the war because we're trying to get kind of an idea what something looks like, a very winnable war. But kind of France's trajectory looks really good. As the result of their bonus, but our overall, like, how we're doing with France wasn't all that great. We are here in France in 46, and to be fair, we're gonna keep, like, kind of popping off. This is, like, in terms of the, like, the slope of the line, we're looking reasonably well here as France. For all of these countries, we are doing the exact same expansion strategy, which is we're going for Beijing, Amur, Primorier, and then a bunch of South American subjects. We might not do this with the UK specifically, because it's less important with the UK. We're doing it for very quick mandate generation and going for Construction 1, Colonial Offices 3, and the like. I think with France, we'll do something we might not even do. So France were not on external trade here, and they were a little bit slow on the mandate generation. But it is... I think with France, you might go the food company. And the reason for this is that France has the absolute monstrous industrialist bonus. Once it gets doubled, 20% state construction efficiency. And this, Germany's kind of already played their card by forming Germany. France's card plays throughout the entire game and kind of falls off the back 20 years or so, maybe, when you have built so much and you're in like 100, 200,000 construction, something like this. Which, like, is a theoretical thing because my computer can't do that. But the construction efficiency bonus is just absolutely insane. And it also has some, like, weird effects, which, like, you're effectively getting more government spending while having prices lower, which helps SOL, which, like... and then, eventually, I do think you subjugate Austria, Prussia, and form Central Europe. You can't do it right now, but once we get the cultures from getting Belgium in, then we can do it as France. So, it's kind of hard. IMO, I'd say Prussia 1, France 2, UK 3. I think that the top 3 scrum, like, feels really close to me. And then maybe, like, USA deserves to be broken into that scrum. But USA is just very hard to evaluate, because it's like, did we make it? Yes, no? Or, like, the USA is the only we've wee-wooed outside, is the only country where we've gotten 2 bankrolls. And if you notice, USA were 3 years earlier than the France run. We're already at 30 million GDP, and we haven't even hit our, like, migration stride. Once the USA gets multiculturalism and starts to get, like, some things going in terms of migration, like, the USA pops really hard. How can I use the new discrimination mechanic to shame everyone that didn't vote for Mega Germany? I don't know. You could comment in the poll. Hello from Thailand. Hello. UK is also fairly easy to get a bankroll from so all 3 being potential bankrolls makes USA seem better. Yes. In terms of guys that are easy to get bankrolls on, it's without a doubt it's France first, but UK is probably second. Then maybe Austria, then Russia, then Prussia, then USA. Something like this is kind of what it looks like, but the fact that you're eliminating 2 from the pool is pretty substantive of people who can bankroll you. So, Mega Germany probably removes more bankroll opportunities than playing as France, although France will give you the first one, and so you get to kind of go off. Kevin Kande? Thank you for the follow. Or not for the follow, but hello. No love for Austria. They can form Mega Germany as well with worse tech. It's too hard for me to, like, evaluate, like... Or, I mean, I could put Austria in their own category, but, like, basically the idea is if you want to play Mega Germany, Prussia's better at doing it. And so if you're trying to evaluate which start is better, there's, like... you're never... I don't think you ever start Austria over Prussia. In particular, I think Austria's, like, religion is worse as well. So you will be getting, I think Catholic is not as good as Protestant, and so this is a substantive difference post-formation, not just on the tech, but the tech is the thing. Trying to do an Uli Juge run is pure pain, I believe it. They might be. I was thinking of doing like a top 5 hardest starts, but that actually will require an enormous amount of investigation because all the hardest starts, like you'll have to re-roll, and so like it's probably you have to re-roll like 10 times on each, and then like decide how many you have to do. Yeah. Can you do Dream of Muslim HRE alive? We scuffed the Bosnia like start. We would have to like restart. Is it worth to move your capital to Africa as Portugal in the early game? I don't think so. I don't really know. I haven't thought about that type of thing. Yeah, Austria is worse than Prussia, but is it not even top 6? Austria is not even in consideration, because Austria would probably be like 5 or 6 or something like that. But yeah, why is Greece so awful? How's that world conquest going? So Greece is the funniest world conquest country because on the base paper map, Greece's color is almost the color of the ocean, so when you get the full world conquest, it will be very nearly the same color. I have a feeling 1.8 Austria and Russia are going to be much more challenging once they get nationalist movements among non-accepted cultures really going off with the new movement system. Yeah. Ottomans in 7th place? No, nowhere near 7th place. Ottomans way worse than 7th. Like, we could just sort here. We could just come to a new game looking thing. But the USA in particular, like, we're making, if we look at the construction level, we have like more construction as the US than we did in as France. Even though the GDP is smaller, a big part of that is the double dividends that we have been achieved here. And the starting diplomatic condition, a lot of countries dislike someone. Nobody really dislikes the US at game start. So in terms of ability to maneuver GPs and play the dance of trying to get bankrolls, USA is probably the best. And so USA might even be in the top 4. What's interesting is I think USA and China last patch were the 2 best. And now they've kind of fallen from grace quite a bit. But this is kind of how we're some of the considerations we're looking through. Hardest countries are probably Indian territory, followed by Krakow, then maybe Oligopoly. I don't know. I feel like Krakow's a little bit consistent. I don't know if it's in the category, but it certainly doesn't feel good. But I think you don't have to restart as Krakow as much as like maybe some of the other like inland type starts. But I also don't have that many reps. Like, I think that Iquicha is probably pretty hard. I haven't tested Caucasian Inmate, but I think they're probably pretty hard. I think that, well, you could do the cheese to break up the India Company. But even with the cheese, I don't know how hard Sikkim is. I mean, I also think that your run with Karagwe is also probably pretty difficult. But not like, I don't think it's the same as, like, Indian Territory difficult, or, like, the difficult ones where you're, like, for sure getting annexed or whatever. But just kind of talking through, like, Ottomans not being in the top, like, 8 or whatever. Like, we have the top 6, right? And then we have the East India Company and China. Right, so that's those guys are definitely the top 8, and then Ottomans like are fighting for 9th. No pops in Greece, yeah. And so like EIC and the East India Company. If you sort by prestige, EIC and the East India Company should actually be great powers, and both of these were under consideration for top 5 countries. So the top 5 countries were really between these 8. But then Ottomans have the most prestige, but like Spain and in particular Belgium are definitely better than the Ottomans. I don't know if I think like the Ottomans being behind on tech hurts a little bit, but they're not like way behind like the likes of like the other ones. But the people who get tier 1 tech are Great Britain, France, Prussia, USA, and then Belgium. And so Belgium having tier 1 tech, being able to form the United Netherlands and like having a whole lot going on for them is really strong. Now, sometimes France just decides they hate you, and this is one thing that's kind of a struggle, but yeah. One of EIC's puppets is super hard. No, I don't know if you can cheese your way to make them implode. If you can, then they're not that hard. Especially if they're coastal access. I mean, Awad would maybe be more annoying. I don't know. You can't declare wars because you're a puppet. Maybe that's really hard. I'm not sure. Hello, Father. Thank you for saving the whole family from dying in a pit of fire with your strength. You're very welcome. Opinion on Argentina? Argentina is the one that can form the very biggest South American formable. They're probably like, I don't know if that's, by the way, that's not a car. Ain't no car engine sounding that loud. So I think that someone who's forming like the massive South American formables also maybe be stronger than the Ottomans. Ottomans will be even worse than 1.8 with the rise of nationalist movements among non-accepted cultures. Someone was discussing in the Discord last night, I think it was Palea, how it'd be interesting because you can Orthodox swap, probably. Not that it'd be good, I think the Ottomans' religion's better, but, yeah. We do get the loud playing outside. But, that all kind of brings us back to Great Britain. And Great Britain, kind of like the best way to think about Great Britain. Oh no, we didn't fill our water jug. Not like this. Not a waterless stream. We will have to at some point early on in the stream get that filled, but not yet. It's hard to talk for like 5 hours straight. Is that a fighter jet engine noise? Yeah, that's what that is. How long do you stream? Will you put an alarm for 2 hours and 8 minutes to wish me a happy birthday? We could maybe do that. I don't know about 8 minutes. Or by the time I read it, is it different? We'll put it 2 hours, 5 minutes. That's fine. But there's like, I think the best way to think about UK is like, UK is like a middling GP that got to start the game 5 years early. In terms of like what it like feels like. The Navy's like, and like the Navy's super built up, but they're just really good at everything. Now, you kind of don't like having these at game start, right? Because you are trying to get bankrolls. Now the France one is a little bit less important because you can often just peel a bankroll off the rev. But I moved to YouTube because I was totally load on Twitch. The truth hurts. You should do top 15 starts in the game. I think we're going to do top 5 starts and then top 5 non-GP starts, where the GP is going to be anything under 200 prestige. So we're going to exclude the EIC and Qing from that consideration. Even though they're not technically GPs, like, they're beyond the GP threshold in terms of prestige at game start. Also, Great Qing would just, like, obviously be the slam dunk best. So, we are planning on... I don't know if you guys hear that, because my mic is sound gated the entire time. I don't know if it just gets silent. But, that's the super swimming in. Let's remove all these and get going a little bit. Woo! The loud plays were real all along. You guys kept saying they were fake, kept saying I was going crazy, kept saying plane, what plane? Alright, I think we're bolstering, or no, that's all of our authority. So, this is like something that I didn't see at all in the discussion, you know, when we had our poll for which country was best. Maybe we show the poll here. So, something that wasn't present at all in kind of thing here is that we... Great Britain won by an enormous margin, but something that wasn't in the poll was that you get a ton of authority on GameStart with Great Britain, which really allows you to push a lot of other like kind of metrics super hard. And played was too loud, Jesus. It was pretty weird sound glitch. Yeah, dude. Like, it's not just like if we have things that are fragile on top shelves, we take them off the top shelves type of thing, where like it could actually like shake the stuff. Is it a war? No, it's just America. Okay, so we're also gonna stop doing this stuff. I don't even think we want a trade agreement with them. Don't think we want to have a defensive pact. We have a trade agreement with Portugal and them. We don't really want that. It's not that high value, so we'll get rid of it. And then, kind of raking back our resources here. Let's check the Diplo. But yeah, the 1.2k authority at GameStart's gonna be really nice. I think that's kind of the soup we're swimming in. We'll end the rivalry with them. And we have basically zero kind of Diplo to work with, which is a bit unfortunate. We can rival someone smaller. I think that since we're a sovereign empire... Actually, let's rival Sweden. Sweden's gonna be a good one. Since we're a sovereign empire, I think we actually want to diplomatically get, like, Brazil and Spain, so we will not rival them, even though we potentially could. And then we will have to have a little bit of a look at what we can maybe do here. We could get a trade agreement just off the bat with the USA for ticking positive relations. I think this is kind of something we're interested in going for. So let's maybe do that. And then we're not going to be able to add improved relations with anyone, right? Because it's going to cost, after we get the Diplo agreement with the USA, we're going to have under 300. So we should probably pick one of these guys to improve relations with, and I think we're going to choose France, because France has the most interest in various areas, and we also have the worst relations with France, and we will also immediately be able to peak up above this. In fact, it's so immediate that we actually don't want to do it. I think that, let's see what we can do to maybe start a play somewhere. Now, France is likely to side against us. We don't like that. I think that we're going to start here. And we're not going to gain anything on France. I think that we might not actually want to declare war on Great Qing at the start. The room's starting to shake. We could close our window, but it's still going to be loud as fuck. It's still going to be super loud. It's also going to get hot. You could do a meme run where you conquer every nation that dares to construct a plane factory. Bro, the AI, actually, I don't think I've ever seen the AI research planes get that close. Okay. So this is with the window closed, by the way. Alright, and now we have, we have the Diplo stuff figured out, and let's actually... This is kind of our trade routes at the beginning. Interesting. So, we'll solve that second. We'll talk about right now. We have absolutely insane states. And this also gets kind of mentioned where we have a ton of states with a ton of both iron and coal. And these play really well with the edicts because basically, for the most part, we're going to be building in 3 states. And those states are going to be Midlands, Lancashire, and Yorkshire. So what we can do is we can put down some edicts in these states, And since we have so much decrees, this is really going to play extraordinarily nicely. So we're going to put road maintenance in each of these. Now, to be fair, we would, in theory, want to, like, sweat micro, like, these edicts where we are exactly constructing, but we're not going to do that. We haven't super sweat micro any of these starts, so, like, I think it's going to be fine that we don't do that. So we're just going to get up to 5 construction sectors in each. We're going to open with water tube. Then we're probably going to make a move for joint stock companies, to be honest. Oh, the UK actually has a little bit of a different start, don't they? I think we actually want to go Bessemer process early. And the reason being, we can't disband this until 38. RIP. The reason being is that for Baclav Von & Co., this requires Bessemer process. In fact, Bessemer process being first might even make more sense. So let's do that. The weird UK intricacy there. You're early today? Well, tonight. Good evening. How bad is that noise for your anxiety? Genuinely asking. Oh, it's like a non-factor. Like fireworks on 4th of July, just like in the middle of the night, is so much worse. Is it bad to build in London? Kind of. So it's like never bad to build in the capital. Eventually you do get the 1% throughput off of Big Ben, but like we want to focus on resources early on. And the resources are here. So eventually we will have these 4 states under really significant edicts, and really focus on those 4 states, and then eventually expand out to kind of these 6 states, but probably not edict them up. But we're just going to start with the construction edicts here in these states, because they don't have enough kind of already built for us, for the other edicts to be that useful. Let's see. I think that we are going to stick with the monarchy until we can make some moves to try and get Charles Dickens in charge and get him in a monarchy. I think we're going to try and double abdicate Charles Dickinson, and to that end, I'm going to do some of that stuff. Can we trigger corn laws? No, because we're on protectionism. Fair enough. And so, just kind of taking a look at our goods prices. So the disgusting thing is, I think in theory we do want to be exporting dyes, but we're going to put import prioritization and then export it. We're going to do this to like kind of all the agrarian goods. But since they're so cheap, they can still technically export. We're going to put export prioritization on a bunch of stuff we intentionally want to ship out. Not going to be steel, at least early on. Before we have a steel company, we'll actually put import prioritization on steel. I think we keep iron even until we hit... because importing iron really early on is good, I think. Let's do some of this. Definitely want export prioritization. This one I think we actually could have an export prioritization, but... especially because we're like we're encouraging opium in someone else's country rather than our own. We'll keep. I feel like we'll forget. And then we'll see what trade routes we can do at the start, because we really want to foster trade agreements with some of these GPs and such. And we are improving relations with France, so we can maybe get a trade agreement with some of these guys. 75 for a trade agreement with the Ottomans. Maybe this is worth... I think we do want the ticking positive relations with someone who could potentially bankroll us, but Ottomans technically become a GP in a lot of situations, so... And they rev kind of a lot, which adds like another layer here. Alright, let's just try and import and export as best we can. I don't think we're going to be able to export these too well. I lied. The French and that's because we have a trade agreement with these guys, that we're getting kind of the good exports there. We're going to check iron, it's not going to work. Check wood. Nothing yet. We haven't really started like blasting the wood, so not really expecting to see that look too good. Let's do some of that. And then in particular, we are going to want to focus a little bit more on people we are trying to get trade agreements with. So we're not going to maximize our exports just yet, because what's important at the game start is going to be not the number of exports we get, but who it's with. And we are doing some that are not profitable looking, but that's not the end of the world. Because we're trying to increase trade volume with these guys. And these are things in general we're going to want to export. Especially the luxury side of goods. I kind of generally like exporting quite a bit. And if we can flip Russia's attitude by getting a whole bunch of trade with them, that would be really nice. Now let's look at imports, what we can do. Look to import fabric. I don't think we're going to do them, so I think that'll be it. Okay, we have cheap enough on that. Fruit. Do we want to import fruit? I guess we're going to get volume here. We don't super like importing fruit, but getting more trade volume is going to be nice. Now, we can't import that, but we could maybe export it. No, not with our tariffs. Not with our heavy-handed tariffs. That's fair enough. This is almost certainly going to be good once China bans the trade of opium for us to trade out, but they haven't yet. Can we import meat? We can. Again, really just want to nail down some trade agreements more than anything else in terms of why we're doing this. Which is why we're not trading with other people, other than like GPs and stuff. Okay, so now our remaining stuff will go into consumption taxes, while we still want to float. Actually, do we even need to float 100? We have a developed enough economy that we maybe don't even want to float anything. As a guy who plays mostly under developed nation, seeing laws already there is like I'm seeing God, basically. The plane 5 minutes ago sounded like an F-35 parking at Macy's. It might have been an F-35, so there's going to be an air show. I think it's a lot of older planes, though. We have, in terms of hours, we have close to 3,000. Once we hit 3,000, we'll do a 3,000-hour review of our 2,000-hour review, of our 1,000-hour review, of our 100-hour review. Ottomans won't have bankroll tech for a long time. That's true. That's true enough. Yeah, so while they might be a GP, they won't get the tech for a while. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think we have good enough stuff in kind of hand here, where the only law we really want to change is we want to get on the laissez-faire. And this does radicalize some peoples, but they don't have very much clout, so I think we probably could get it done. So we're going to do that, and I don't think we need to pass it faster. Yeah, we have no radicals at start, so it's not like the movement's going to be very big with, like, the zero clout. I don't think we necessarily have to pass it as fast as possible, and these, most importantly, these consumption taxes actually yield very large amounts. It's not like these, like, piddly consumption taxes that, like, yield you, like, nothing. So, the fact that we can turn and burn and go up to, like, 200 construction here at, like, game start is going to be, I think, more important, a factor. We are targeting specifically goods that are going to be more upper-class oriented goods. God, we can tax clippers, not like this. I guess we have one last one. Do we really value this 3K income over... We're just looking for which of these is the most populous, Midlands and Lancashire. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in social mobility edicts in there for now. We're going to swap to different edicts, but that'll help us to get more literacy, which we start out with fantastic literacy. So do we want to move the capital from the home counties? Probably not. Right now, so a very also kind of unique thing that I think is a little bit overlooked. We start out with 125 financial districts in the UK here, which is like, I think more than France has in their entire country. And the capital gives extra clout. And so by staying on this, we're going to have more clout for the industrialists early on. Should you go hospitals to get public health care? Eventually we want public health care, but private health care is not, like, terrible. Like, it's better than nothing. The problem is actually that swapping off of it's a kind of a pain in the ass, but, yeah, it'll be fine. So I think that we're going to be able to afford way more than... those amounts. So we're just going to put in like 20-something construction sectors here. I think that East Indies and China Station, New England HQ, South India HQ. Don't really hate some of these like all being kind of spread around, but we are going to merge some of them before we kind of get started here. And then... no, they're just like all infantry. I kind of think we do want like a little bit of a cavalry squad, so... let's do that, and then... let's move all the cavalry to that 10 stack. Oh, some of them are not upgraded. Hey? Hey, hey, ho, ho. Why are you using dragoons? Well, that's fair enough. Oh, there's a ton here. Alright. So... why don't we move... 5 will be enough to get it up to being matched, but we could do something like this and then reorganize a little bit, and then extra fries, don't mind if we do. And we'll have these on forced march as well, because we do want them to move a little bit quick. Alright, anything else we need to do before we unpause here? I think we're kind of set. What benefit does trade route competitiveness have? I'm not abundantly familiar with exactly how it works, but my understanding is that when you have multiple people trading with the same country, the people with the trade route competitiveness get their trades in first, and so they get a bigger margin because the price has not yet been reduced by the other countries trading with them, and this is the advantage of trade route competitiveness. However, it's like trade route competitiveness is only useful if once you're beating the other guy, and then it's like useless. I wonder if they're going to fix incorporating states when a revolution wins, because bug exists both sides of the patch. Ooh, interesting. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to add war reparations. And we do have to keep an eye on France in particular. We're going to tick above poor relations here. We do not want to acquire a chunk of infamy such that we tick to negative relations under 20 again, because that'll give us a Diplo Catalyst. Also, God, it's so nice playing the UK where you just have interests everywhere. We don't have one in Dixie. That's kind of the only one where we could use one. And now we're on to negative Diplo. Which of course was expected. We have a movement to enact presidential republic. I don't think so. Guessing no one knows? Did you ask a question earlier? No one knows. Is atheist India with Hindu faith a known bug? I have no idea. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Colonize Congo for early vegan chimp access. Not like this. The vegan chimps, they strike again. You just want me to tell the story again of the man with the worst argument of all time. I think we want that. We don't want liberate or return. We definitely don't want transfer subjects. But if any of these guys are in for a humiliation, we'll be fine with that. No. Alright, fair enough. Opium Wars. So we are, of course, going to do this. I think that what we're going to do is we're going to wait until we get Colonial Offices 3, actually, before declaring the war on China. The spark of the revolution. Robert Owen. I don't think we want Robert Owen kind of kicking around too hard. What's he going to agitate for, man? The thing is, we don't want to get off presidential republic or this type of thing. So we'll do this. I think we might actually even exile John Frost. So we're considering exiling John Frost here, because we want to stay monarchy for some time. And he's going to create radicalism. But he is going to also add clout to the trade unions. We see, for example, right? Or agitator, plus 5% interest group political strength. Interest group pop attraction. So, in terms of getting these guys demarginalized, he's actually going to be pretty useful. I don't even think we have the tech for demarginalizing them at this juncture. Yeah, we don't have labor movement. This will probably be what we do, so, yeah. That seems fine enough. Look at how much money, how many ducats we be making. Of course, that's before all of our construction finishes, but, you know how it be. Right now, if you annex the IC and win a civil war, revolution, playing Britain, you can incorporate entire India ASAP. Yes. You can use a civil war to reset infamy. That's what you're meaning at. Did we colonize Kenya? I knew I was forgetting something. We did not. I think we're going to add in all these other colonies as well. In theory, you want to micro-colonies, but we're super, not gonna actually execute on that theoretical thing. But you split up your colony, growth amongst all your colonies, and so... Alright, they look like they need a little bit more incentive to back down, huh? Victoria takes over. And we're just adding everything that doesn't add infamy or take away from what we're getting, basically, here. Can we reform the government now that she's in? No, but it's kind of a little bit tempting to reduce. We do, of course, lose Hanover, which is kind of the way it be. God save the Queen, that's true. Is that popularity? That doesn't affect legitimacy. It does affect authority, though, so that's kind of nice. Now, we've given them quite the reason to back down here, so please back down, good sir. I said, please back down, good sir. In 26 months, we will get Colonial Offices 3, at which point we will get a little bit cheaper war declaration on Qing. I think that's going to be the plan. We're going to wait until we have that. Alright, so we have an immediate opportunity to reset our attitude here with France. $110. Ideological similarities. I don't think the power of our army overcomes that, but we will. See, right now they're cautious towards us. Cautious and poor. Now, unfortunately, they acquired a bunch of infamy, which decreased our relations a whole ton, so we're not a huge fan of that. But what we can do is we can side against them, or side with them. which should bring them off cautious, I think. It might be a little bit more tentative than that. Okay, it does bring them off cautious. Perfect. Now, we really need more Diplo points. Oh, the war actually pops off? Interesting. So you have chosen death. Alright, where is our... Here, let's upgrade all units. Let's land these guys down here with our 44 stack. And let's land the Army of India up here with our 100 stack or whatever. I think we can give you some mobilization options. I think generally we'll want to use the extra supplies. Maybe not with this India army, but because they're coming from India, we're going to have them do force march. That's going to make them land slower, but that's not the end of the world. We'll do some of that. I don't think we need as powerful a stick as possible here. And this reset attitude hopefully will help to prevent them from... We could also get a positive catalyst. We really hope that we could get some ticking positive relations here. Still cranking up on the construction. Still overtaxing here a little bit. It'll be a hot second. Time is of the essence, I think. Oh, we're so close. Just a little bit more legitimacy, please. My kingdom for some legitimacy. There we go. There's the 50. So that's an important breakpoint because now we will get the text way faster here. We should be able to land in this 30 stack. Can we designate strategic objective before we land? No, we can't. Oh, we have to do this before. Son of a bizzle. We could just take a state, right? Any British state is a treaty port. Any state belongs to Great Chain. Do we need to take a treaty port to win this? I forget. You used to be able to take a state. I think now that doesn't work anymore. But we're not going to have time to be able to wait for a colonial offices 3, right? Or I guess we can. No, we can. We can wait the 21 months. I think we do need to declare another war here, though. So let's have a little bit of a think. We could get a native we have a native interest in Indochina. We could get a native interest over here by going over after kind of one of the classics, I suppose. We're going to have a native interest in the Andes in just a moment. So we're going to move that interest over to Dixie. I don't think we need... I don't think we need this interest over a South German interest. And we kind of want a North German interest over an Occitania interest. We'd rather go after recognized countries. Is it just Arge? This is going to cost 8 infamy, and then we just decay for 10 years. We don't have in particular, we don't have an interest with any, or no GPs have an interest down here, so that's not going to hurt our relations with any of them. Yeah, sure. We're not going to revoke their claims, because obviously that will get rid of their colonial monopoly. Can't sleep, I guess it's generalist time. It sounds bad because you got a lot of institution as GB and the Indian pops aren't very productive per capita. You're paying a bunch of money to tax a bunch of unproductive pops. Fair. I've been meaning to get into a Romance 3 Kingdom game. Should I wait for the remake? Yeah, the remake comes out in like 20 days, so I'll just wait for the remake. Also, a lot of people like 8, so I would probably just wait, to be honest. Also, the very best Romance of 3 Kingdoms aren't available on Steam in English, unfortunately. I think, like, 10 is probably the best. It's not in English. It's, like, not like this. Tax collection malice make them terribly unworth. I think are you talking about India? After a certain point, we do want to make edicts cheaper. And also, every subject we're getting here, we're getting more authority. And when we get Bolivia, we're going to get Bolivia and North Peru. So it's going to be a 2 for... And you know what they say, if it's 2, it's for you. Also, very similar to if it's free, it's for me, but if it's 2, it's for you. Let's take a look at what we could maybe get... Oh, the freaking land reformers, man. This guy's a cautious Democrat. We can maybe let him in. Pillager is nice, but we don't need to pillage just yet. Put this guy on adamant defense. Make progress a little bit faster with this guy. I think the 30 stack... We do want to put on rapid advance, and we do want to get a few more guys in here. So let's maybe take a little bit of a look. Now, the PB, in particular for the UK, is stronger than the normal PB. I am not 100% certain what the PB's, like, secondary bonus is, but I'm pretty sure it's normally, it's just plus 10% bureaucracy, and I think plus 5% authority. The split, when in the context of, like, Great Britain getting a ton of authority is probably better. But the minus 15% loan interest rate instead of minus 10% does make it so you can pay 0% on loans if you get them powerful and happy. Not that that's going to exactly be a target of ours, but it is nice when it happens. Maybe we thumb a pie here. Or better yet, we pie a thumb. Are we remotely close here? There's ideological difference. Government... Maybe we just leave Persia alone for now. Not that we want to go for that. I'm just kind of taking a look at it. What's supposed to happen if the race for Africa is completed? I don't recall off the top of my head, but I think you stop getting the really annoying events. You end up spending all your tax money gained on bureaucracy. It'll be less than what you get if you form EIC. Does anyone know if we need to get a treaty port off of Great Qing? Or if just taking a state off of them will count for closing out the Opium War in a way that we like? Because I feel like they changed it. You used to be able to take a state. Now I'm not sure if that works anymore. I feel like that doesn't work anymore. Let's do that, and let's get some auto expands going, kind of in these places. The places that we have the decrees down, we are going to get some auto expands going. I think Yorkshire, we have them. Yeah, we have road maintenance here, so let's do this. And this auto expand isn't going to be like fully optimal, but it is going to allow us to kind of just move at a quick pace, which is a little bit more kind of what we're concerned with here. And we do want to be building specifically in these states, so... you have lead, so we will also put in glassworks and put those on auto-expand. Now, we also have lead here, so we'll again do glassworks with the auto-expand. Auto-expand all these. We will auto-expand tools. We also, like, we start off with, like, a bananas kind of throughput situation where we're getting a lot of throughput, and we just, like, have a lot of buildings already built up. God, UK's so strong, man. Here we will auto-expand the sulfur and also the boom booms. And also the boom booms. Do we not have explosives industries? Am I just blind? Probably both, yeah. Now, this is obviously not going to auto-expand yet, but that should fill up our queue and keep our queue going. I'm pretty sure you need a treaty port now. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Does it not say on the event? The event does imply that you do need a treaty port. And the state needs to belong to Great Qing. So we might have to do something a little bit different than we would otherwise do, where we go for Beijing and treaty port. I think we want Beijing. Requires treaty port? Okay. You could conquer a state and then take Macau. Oh, that's cute. That's cute as all hell. We could take Macau. The problem is I think we have a 5-year truce with Portugal. Oh. Killing a defensive pact doesn't give that long a truce? Then we could just go after Macau alone, right? And we would auto... This would just give us the... We would just complete the Opium Wars. Is this the easy Opium Wars thing? Hey, Rusakov, long time no see. Why can't you take a treaty port in China? So it's not that we can't, it's that I kind of didn't want to... I didn't want that to be part of what we were doing, because the amount of infamy it costs is a little tight. But we could just peel one off of Portugal, I think. It's a 1-year truce, yeah. I thought it was a 5-year truce. 1-year truce, that's kind of hilarious. Rip Portugal, I guess. We're not going to split up the armies. In theory, you would want to micro this, but we're just going to trust in the heart of the cards that we, you know, get some good fronts there. A little naivete, but that's what we're going to do. That's how we be. Let's take a look behind door number 2. Our second agitator. Also, let's see how we like him. Because we generally don't like the radicals, but is his character traits decent? It's kind of okay. I don't think we can pull this guy in, right? Yeah, we would not accept him. What do you mean we're not ticking them down below 0? Alright, there we go. What do you mean, you people? So now we're kind of in a little bit of wait mode, because we're waiting on this 8 months to get the block. Quicho leaves the British Empire. Also, that ticks us up kind of enough for us to add another edict here. So I think that we have... Yeah, so we could go for... You know what I think we'll do? Which ones of these has the most manufacturing is kind of the new question here. We have 18, 28, 36, 40, 20, so not there, 20, 30-ish. So Yorkshire has the most manufacturing, so let's get started with these, which are going to be great boons to our economy. Collapse of the Peru-Bolivian Confederation. It's more infamy than Macau is kind of weird too. You make China fail Opium Wars, JE, the war with China becomes much harder. Yeah, so we're gonna do the China war for what we want and then take Macau after. I was watching you just silent. Ah, I see. Hello though. It does give you a front with Qing. Yeah, so we're gonna declare on Qing. We're gonna take what we always wanted to take, and then we'll declare on... Yeah, because it does clear out their, like, opium ban malice or whatever. Right? I mean, I still think we win versus them, even with that going on, but... Bessemer process first is, like, so funny. I don't think so. I like kind of don't want to micro this, but I think in theory we actually are supposed to be exporting it. Let's export it to like the GPs though, to try and just increase our trade volume. Now we do have like the import prioritization or whatever, so. So 7 months is not going to be enough. We are going to have to declare somewhere to gain a little bit more infamy. We'd kind of rather go after recognized powers. Oh. Oh. So we do want to reduce subject payments, which is going to reduce the amount we're getting from the bankroll or whatever. From them, I'm kind of, let's exempt them from service, but then raise subject payments. And then Cape Colony, we're actually going to use them to go into Orania here, I think is going to be the plan. But a lot of these guys, we can exempt from service, and we would prefer to exempt them from service. Karuna? I didn't realize this was a subject of ours. What the hell? Okay, yeah, actually, okay, that makes sense. We only have to look if they're puppet or dominion or higher, but we're going to exempt these guys from service as well. Because often they just like bankrupt themselves, and then it causes problems, and we'd rather just not have the problems. And we can always, this will also keep their liberty desire lower, and then we can always just force them into wars if we need to, so... Oh, they've already... Dude, this is so blessed. They've already discovered 10 gold. Alright. No! What a world, what a world. How do we want to do that? I think we just want to... I think we want to get them to 19 here, so we can maybe get a trade agreement. Actually, let's just not do that. Let's start damaging relations here. Unfortunately, we have to get under 20, so we will have to choose another area of ingress for now. I mean, I don't hate going for New Granada, I suppose. So New Granada is... it's going to give us a relations hit with France. That's why we didn't do it before. Bahrain's never terrible. I don't know if this 3.4 is going to be enough. We definitely don't want to fight Russia right now, though. Nigeria. We're going to declare in Central Asia because we do want to be able to side with Russia on plays in some circumstances. I mean, we could make Sulawesi a protectorate. It's not exactly like our first choice. We are getting a small relationship with some of these guys. If we declare wars down here, we will also acquire some infamy, but have a problem playing with Russia. I stacked all the modifiers to reduce mortality and birth rate. Now you're facing massive unemployment. More construction. 250 million pop. That is a pretty solid amount. I got steel frame before I got Bessemer process. I just got unlucky with the NAT spread and production tax while focusing society and multiculturalism. Yeah, I think that... Oh, you're talking about your Greece game. Yeah, I think that for... I think you first researched Bessemer as UK. I mean, we could annex one of our subjects, but the fact that the subjects are boosting our, our gain here, I think is going to be a reason why we don't want to do that. We could go after Congo as well. I mean, we want to go after them eventually. We just kind of would rather go after recognized countries here. But there's, like, not a lot of juice here that we can go after recognized countries and, like, have it feel good. I guess this gives us a slight amount of infamy. This is not exactly going to be that useful for us. We have these guys in Guatemala and the British Guatemala already, so we already have like a adjacency with Mexico, which is useful. Maybe we're just sweating this too hard as well. I mean, I kind of want to go for Macau now, but that'll make our war with China harder. But maybe our war with China being harder is not a big deal. Or how big a deal is it, is like the question. Portugal. We need to fight Portugal to take Macau. When you say "what a world," are you saying itself, or what I hear right time, which is the explanation? When Wicked, I'm kind of like referencing Wicked Witch. Why not fight China? We're gonna get a 10% infamy reduction against China in 6 months. So I'd rather not eat an additional 2 infamy, or like 2.5 infamy if we don't have to. The problem is we don't want to acquire too much infamy, because then... Well, we have 3 years to start the war. Once we start the war, we can start another war on Portugal before we finish the China war, and finish the Portugal war faster. River Plate? Is that... Argentina. Alright, let's just do this. The Central Asia interest is going to be nice for us. We would deteriorate relations, get 5% influence. 5% influence, I don't think is going to kick us over an important breakpoint, is it? 5% of 1,000 or 1,300. No, it's not going to get us an important amount. We'll just hold that in the pocket. If we like need just a little bit of juice, we can do that. Although it would give us more infamy decay. Industrialists now powerful. Huge nice. Talking about doubling that free money bonus. Someone give me a towel. I'm about to make a mess. We have nearly, yeah. Also, the China War is going to be the highest infamy war we declare for quite some time, so... Add a little bit of army here. I guess the Ottomans is kind of okay. The thing is like, it's kind of okay. Yeah, I mean, we prefer like a trade agreement with Spain. Maybe it's just a mistake. What is this? Foo. Get wrecked, idiot. All the Central Americans for food for authority. Wait, what? Yeah, that was, we were thinking of that too. It's actually easier if you have Macau. I think that they have more malices if we don't resolve the journal entry, is my recollection, but why do you have so much cash? Because we added 200 construction at game start, but we still were making money, so it filled up. And we're gonna try and keep an eye on if we can export iron and coal and this type of stuff as well. I know it's not profitable now, but we're expecting these things to get boosted up quite a bit. Bessemer is going to be great. Colonial offices. Nice. We still don't need to start it. We have another 34 months to start the war. Armies of the West Indies. I think we just merged this to make a mega stack. We just merged this with the home army. And that'll be the army that lands in on China. Now, we're just gonna wait for Bessemer process. Actually, we don't need to wait for Bessemer process to finish. So we're gonna have a company for iron and thing is, do we want to do iron or tools? We're about to have an iron, coal, steel company. I think we're gonna do tools. This is something we gotta evaluate a little bit more, but so it's going to be 18... We need to let the infamy decay down a little bit first before we declare war. And there's Baklau, Von & Co. Excellent company. So now we'll see if we can export tools as well. We can. Some of these trade routes are going to die when we start our war, but that's fine. Return Herat. Nova Scotia. Think we have mobilization stuff on these guys? We do not. Alright, we're gonna be up to 200 construction pretty quick here. Got it, yeah. We're like 2 years in. UK feels so explosive. I'm glad we didn't get too much positive relations with them, because that would have hit us as well for the minus 30. Sorry, I have very dumb fingers tonight. I mean that while Central Americans are a bit expensive for resources pops, they're cheap for 25 infamy or such. Or yeah, for the plus 25 authority. Yeah, I agree. We have a movement for public schools. Kind of not paying as much attention to the laws as we should, but also, yeah, we're kind of on board with that. Let's go public schools. We always wanted to be a shul teacher. I'm trying to think if this is a good enough breakpoint. I think we need to let it decay a little bit more. We're also recruiting up a little bit of an army, more of an army. Not that I think we necessarily need it, but authoritarian but disliked. I think we are happy to promote this guy and empower the Intelligentsia here. AutoQ is kind of taking things pretty well. How big a deficit is this relative to our economy? Add a couple more. And we want the AutoQ to build in these places, so we're going to overbuild the infrastructure a little bit. Because we don't want the AutoQ to decide not to build there for infrastructure reasons. Bum, 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 bum. And then I think we go external trade after this. Because we desperately want more Diplo, especially with the amount of subjects we have. Wow, we had... Iron's so expensive here. This is so perfect for us. Let's put export prioritization. And then... We maybe should have done the iron company, but we're going to do this. Because those will all be really profitable. We're not going to build those in other people's countries, because we are on laissez-faire. That's... yeah. It's probably will decay into that. We'll take the setback. That's probably a mistake, but... USA? Having an issue? I think we are already genial in trade agreement up with the USA, so it doesn't really... It's not really an opportunity for us to improve relations with them. Yeah. France rivals Russia is probably good for us. Actually, overall GP rivals are probably bad. The strategically located city of Herat, named the key to the Kindia, some of our administration has been captured by troops belonging to Shah Muhammad. Shah Muhammad Shah. Which Shah? Shah Muhammad Shah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. So 18. Sucks we get a relation hit with Russia here off this, but I think that's not avoidable. So we'll be up to 21-ish. And then we have another 4 that we want to add in, so we'll wait just a little bit longer. We'll have 2 years on this, so... Your GDP took a hit from losing Hanover? I'm not sure why I took a hit at game start, exactly. I mean, often it lowers slowly when you increase taxes because people's buy orders go down because wealth levels drop. So usually GDP goes down, but not like a straight drop. So that's a little bit weird. All right. Why are they cocky? Okay. I suppose we could have taken the EIC with us in this war, but that's fine. France sides with Oman. Kind of not exactly what we would have wanted, but fair enough. Is there a chance Russia sides against us? There probably is, but it do be what it be. I feel like I'm confused why they're cocky. Are they just like always cocky? I mean, we're super okay with it. We'll take Primoria and the other one as well. Oop, I almost clicked back down. We do, I think we might have to wait a little bit for Amur. 2, yeah, no we don't. Alright. There we go. Threading the needle yet again. Persia backs down versus Oman. Yikes. It was just their, like, hard-coded to do it. We'll send the little 5-stack that could to help out down here. Where do we want to liberate? Well, we don't want to liberate UA. Very actively do not want to liberate UA. Yunnan we will have a little bit of a hard time getting to, but that's kind of the classic, isn't it? Mongolia will have an easier time getting to. I guess we could liberate both. Could also release Korea. Probably unnecessary. Potential bankroll from the USA? They usually won't side for an uprising. Was the best time to build textile mills, or is it better to import clothing? It's kind of when clothing gets really expensive, but when you raise taxes and like decrease wages and do this type of stuff, this reduces the price of consumer goods, so it's generally after you get kind of the construction bump under control. Game's telling me you can't seek a royal marriage because your religion is different than Hades. RIP. Minor treaty port? We're getting the treaty port off of Portugal. Why living nations from China? Because we want to be able to eat those nations. And decaying China to being a regional power is like generally a little bit difficult. Move these guys back here. And then we'll wait until we've gotten our landing in before declaring that, I think. So we'll keep this guy over here and move the navy over here. Just in case Portugal backs down to it. To be fair, we could force the play, but we don't mind them backing down. That would be kind of nice. I don't think we have anywhere near enough to increase an institution, huh? Let's do some of that. I think... Where is isolated Senegal? Not a priority. But we'll put that in. Public schools are about to pass. Just kidding. Alright, here we go. We are going to progress quite handedly. We already have 20% cloud on the Industrialists. I don't think it's dropping below 20, and we... Oh, just kidding. Yeah. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. Just back down, bro. You don't want this heat. Alright. I mean, we won't have a problem peeling war reparations off them, I suppose, so... Just don't want to liberate either of those, so... I mean, we could go for a couple Portuguese states that are, like, keyly useful in here. But I think that, in case they back down, we don't want the, like, slight infamy hit. Finally, a live stream. We're trying. Definitely can. I did it about 20 minutes ago. You could still get it on native uprisings? Alright, well then, opportunity was missed there. Pretty big one. Oh. There we go. Is this ticking down even though we're at war? It's kind of concerning. Let's move these back over here. I think we're just gonna land Portugal's capital. Yeah, this is... I thought Opium Wars was not supposed to tick down while we were at war. That's my bad. I think we still managed to get this done, though. But it was a little bit more tense than I had wanted. Alright, so we can try with these guys. Alright. Let's take a save, and then make our government as close to the USA's as possible and try and yo-yo here. Landowners, rural, other guy. Is that better? It's about the same, I think. We can't put the rural folk in because they're marginalized. We're not currently passing law, so we don't have to worry about that. I think our army will be maximally scary towards them anyways, so I think we just go for a bankroll. Alright then, that does work. We enforce on them. I think we... Oh, these guys got yeeted back, huh? No, they didn't get yeeted back, so we could take Macau real quick. On our way back, basically. And then... Now we're gonna start the survey. I don't think we're gonna build it until it decays down, but... Since we do have a bunch here, we can't seize that, unfortunately, because we're already laissez-faire, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. go. To plot a coup? No, not like this. That's actually kind of annoying, because we didn't want the coup thing to... We need to slot our kind of normal-looking government back in. Alright, let's just do this. Alright, what can we pass? That is reasonable. That's a painful one, but that might be the play. Can we go for someone? This guy would want to get elected bureaucrats. Do we want to use the cooldowns? Probably not. Go for laissez-faire, or sorry, free trade rather. I think we're gonna go for land taxes. Just kind of hope we can get this one through. I don't think it works, but... There we go. Hopefully, we get this war done, and we're running out of time here. How big is that? Not that big. If we get front spaghettied, it's gonna be pretty Jover, but I don't think we're getting front spaghettied, so this works. What's our Diplo pact look like? Disgusting, 50k. Look at the EIC being as valuable as a bankroll though. Hot damn. At least for now, they won't be for long, but... Just really want to make sure that this actually gets through. We could also increase our institutions a little bit. I think we do want to do that, with that at least. Yikes. Reduce tax income. Oh no. Not my gumdrop buttons. Oh, we went construction one when we were planning on going. External trade one. Rip the dream. Iron's still expensive. So... do some of that. And this should win the Opium Wars, right? Super cute. Which should fix a bunch of this. We don't need morale damage, let's take the competitiveness. And having another subject does mean... So we could go for the liquor bankroll, or... We can start encouraging manufacturing. Expensive tastes on Victoria? She often gets it. Bankrolls would be harder to get if the scores of acceptance actually applied. Sources of acceptance. Luckily, a couple malices don't just work. Did we reset Beijing's PM? We did. Raise them EIC payments? We already did. We did a while ago. Why land-based? The reason we're going to land-based taxation is not because we want land-based land-based taxation, it's because it makes it easier to go to proportional taxation. There's enough signups for the 3v3v3. Yeah, I noticed this morning. I still need to make teams. Build Big Ben. I don't think Big Ben's throughput is worth it yet for relative to the cost of construction. Hooah! That's gonna be a big tick. That's gonna be a big one. Oh my god, we got Bessemer process, but then we forgot to swap on. Rip the dream. We were trying to play well, and now this. Now we're gonna really be exporting a whole lot of iron. I think we already have. Yeah, we're going for joint stock. We might just do the iron company then. That's such a large percentage of our what we got going on. So. We can enforce the Aberdeen Act. I don't think we're getting much from that if we do that, but let's actually do this. Because we want to keep high taxes for a while, and we are going to generate a ton of radicals, and we are going to generate radicals and not abdicate for a while, so... excuse me, bro. We're at 10 infamy. Where is this thing? Oh, yikes. Yeah, like the 1% throughput's not applying to enough buildings for it to be worth building the Big Ben over... I guess I haven't done the math on exactly what the breakpoint is, so I don't know how far off we are, but I have to imagine the 1% throughput's not worth just building another building instead. You know what I mean? Gonna merge this. This is the Manchuria army. We're merging it with the China army. I don't think we can upgrade them yet because they don't have access to the market. We'll just give them a little merge. And let's see the price of iron. Yeah, that was us applying the thing. We'll either reset it or get something a little bit... Oh my god. I was looking at the 7%, not the 11%. And so I was like, if we get minus 10%, that's actually really super okay with us. Definitely want to incorporate these. One of these I think has... I mean, they both have they all have a lot of pops, but one of them has iron. So... We'll get that up to EOS. I think once the survey's done, we'll look to incorporate Beijing. I can rake this back. Now I think that this will be useful. Maybe. Do you have colonies? No, you don't. Transvaal doesn't either. It's going to cost us 13 infamy. I think we're in fine shape. We forgot to turn these guys red. Red and horsey. Are you trying to pass any tax laws in this game? Yeah, some of the events are really bad. Like, death and taxes is, like, really obnoxious. We definitely don't want to, like, we don't want to pass a tax law, I think, when we have, Charles Dickens, or we just have to be okay safes coming really hard, because, yeah. Foreign political lobby formed. Anti-British League formed in Zulu. You don't say. You don't approve of this? What is this we're making money business now? This, of course, I think has a lot to do with the massive drop in the price of iron. Well, the profitability of it's rising, so... Let's do that. We have him at the back of the queue, but I think that's fine enough. Just kidding, I don't think it's fine. I think it's not okay. Yeah, bro, this feels so strong. We're 4 years in, and we're gonna have, like, 300 construction soon here. I suppose if we're not uni capping, or if we're not EOS capping, here, let's do that here. Yeah, you can suck it. No, not the opium addiction that we caused. We don't want anti-Russian League, generally speaking. Maybe we're just supposed to rival the Ottomans. So the Ottomans, because they don't share a religious group with us, it's going to be really hard for us to eventually get them in. Maybe we just don't like this. Here, let's get out from underneath this. And I think we want the negative relations with the Ottomans because we can't ever, or it's going to be very, very difficult to use the subjugate power on them because it's a lot harder to pull them into the bloc because they're a different religion. And we can also try and get a trade agreement with someone else that's maybe going to be more useful. Not the GPs though. Rip the dream. Okay, so we're at 20% here, so I think we're gonna... Bro, Heart of the Cards, we're gonna use our one time of the stream to pass land-based taxation here. Damn it. We used our one time though, what is this? Let's spread the word. We do not want trade agreements from you fellows, we want GP trade agreements. Spain would also be okay. Generally, you don't want the officers being radical because they have the clout. Well, that's how I think that kind of shakes out. 267 construction. Will be nice to see Irish nationalism pop off more with 1.8. Yeah, that'll be sweet. There's so many things that 1.8 is going to really bring that's going to be nice. We don't actually want there to be a coup, huh? I forget what happens when we slot them out with the coup. I think they just become super mega insurrectionary, but we're using them to try and pass this law right now. But we also kind of thought that this law was a pipe dream anyways. Gold's been discovered in a myrrh. Big nice. Rifling. Let's maybe try and, like, actually not forget to put in the PMs every time. Because I do that a lot. Let's fix this. Alright, so... let's actually make them all softwood prioritization, and then come in the places that we think are going to be more industrial generally, so like the lowlands, we're going to make focused hardwood. Quebec, do we have... no, we don't have control over Quebec. Okay, I think that's fine enough. I don't think we have much academics in Wales. There we go. 16 months is all we need. 16 months. That's so freaking fast. Have we done a free stat run? No, we've done a Transvaal run, which is like fundamentally very similar. Alright, so we are going to be pushing the society tax for a hot minute here. And then taxation is theft, but theft is theft. Not like this. So minus 20% is just like death anyways, but this bill's dying. This bill's super dying. Alright. We're killing the bill. And then we are killing the coup before the coup kills Victoria. I forget exactly what happens when you slot the coup guys out, so we're gonna just double check that it's not too catastrophic, but I think it just, they get like infinitely insurrectionary, but I think we're just gonna deal with that. Billy approves. Billy does approve. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. So I think we're just gonna do this. Everyone's gonna get super mad. We're gonna get insurrectionary. We're gonna go free trade. So they're actually, before they get insurrectionary, let's even just fire all the generals, huh? A little Persian never hurt anyone. A little Persian never hurt anyone, right? Because these guys are gonna have like infinite negative anyways, so. Now let's see who all is like just uber negative 20. It's just the landed gentry, so. We're also gonna purge them from the queue here. Democrat's fine, let's recruit him. So we're just gonna recruit as many kind of these guys as we want and then purge them out. Make sure our armies are filled and that no one who's ready to jump in is of that persuasion. They haven't merged with the other army yet. I'm not gonna promote him up. Jingoist Intelligentsia is fine. Alright, so that's kind of all we wanted to recruit in there. And then as far as the Navy goes, we're gonna retire all these guys, all these boyos. Democrat, the thing with the Democrat is we don't want to promote him up all the way to lead this Navy, so we'll use this guy instead. I suppose we could have a two-guy Navy here. The Democrat, the problem with the Democrat is that he's popular, and that'll make it harder for us to go multiculturalism later if we recruit him. But it's not that we dislike him, it's just that it like gums us up a little bit. Okay, and it looks like we have no guys. Yeah, okay. Do your worst, idiot landowners. We want public services and we don't want to pay taxes. Basically everyone always. Holy shit, dude, we're still making money, brother. And so this is what I mean. We need even more places to build. So I think East Anglia is going to be... Actually, let's build in the capital. And a couple in East Anglia at the back of the queue. Survey is almost done. Survey says, ding, ding, ding. Time to incorporate Beijing. Except it's going to be... We're going to want kind of a lot more of these. And then we have preserve movement. Oh, to be fair, I think we did have some rural folk generals that we could have fired. Yeah, we did. It's a little bit of a miss. We're already receiving a bankroll. I don't think we can double bankroll. We can't double rainbow, can we? We cannot. Winds of change, you don't say. Take the loyalists here. These are definitely the states we want to keep going. What's our migration attraction look like? We're not using any migration edicts yet. We might soon. This is really cute timing here. We could just piggyback this. Although, it's probably the case that we just want to declare our own war. But we could wait and see what GPs do here a little bit. And then maybe side for Suez. Which is, in some ways, is like saying we want the Ottomans to win. Which we kind of do want the Ottomans to win, because if they're large, we can maybe get a bankroll off of them. So I don't think anyone's siding right now, so let's see if we can get Sinai here. And us having a front's also going to be nice. When you have a hammer, you just need some nails. True. Railway needed. Really? Real? Do we need the rails? Looks like we don't. At least for any of our states. But overbuilding on this is not terrible. Because it helps the auto queue to build there. We're about to be super losing money. Oh wait, we wanted to incorporate Beijing. That's right. Now, yeah, so I'm gonna go dip into some... Actually... I think we want to finish these first. Before we do that. They are taking a little bit extra time. So we can put down an edict for a short period. Let's do that. Because it is a lot of construction, but it's very condensed. War's gonna pop. Nationalism, hurrah. Everyone loves a little nationalism, right? I like this. Joint stock companies is spreading. I think that's what we're researching, so I think we're gonna switch to labor movement. Sure, I guess. I mean, don't think they need my help, but sure. Free obligations free. I'm not sure how much we want to federate these guys, considering until we have our mandates in place, but then we probably do want to federate them. We probably just want to federate them kind of aggressively, huh? Aberdeen Act would allow us to improve relations at this point, I think, right? 1.3k, so it'd be additional 67, so we'd be just shy of being able to improve relations with someone. Someone being like a GP. But we can improve with Spain right now. I think we'll do that. Sometime eventually we want to get Spain for free. Free Z's, good deal Z's. You can never get a bankroll from the Ottomans. They fail random before getting central banking. It's possible to get a bankroll from them. We're definitely not getting a bankroll from Egypt, though. Like, relative, the two relative to each other. So the person we want to win in that conflict, I think, is going to be the Ottomans. Does it matter if your railways are connected? No, it doesn't. I recommend you refilling the piss jug, sure. They should buff nationalism to give plus a million radicals from discrimination, true. You maxed out your mandates long before you fully federate them. Yeah, so I think next time we're at peace, we are going to do it. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's the question is the timing, like, is getting the timing a little bit faster worth it? And the answer is probably not. I don't know. We don't want the suspicious research. We want to finish these buildings. To be fair, these maybe don't employ up very quickly. I think that we also at least want one university in here, so... We probably want to stack a full stack of unis, but we just want to wait until there's a little bit less of a construction balance here. I think once we finish here, we'll pull up the Edict and do something else with the authority. But also, by federating, we lose 25 authority every time we federate, which is another consideration. Alright. I don't think liquor's worth 3k, so we're gonna come in here and think what type of edicts we maybe want. I think Midlands, it always does to surrounding states, so I think Midlands is going to be the best place to put that, because we're going to get some mass migrations there off that. Whoa. Why do we even have even more authority? Meow. There we go. Oh, civil service got activated and then deactivated, that's why. Do we just not want to pass through this? It sucks that it sucks that we're off legitimate, man. We could lower the taxes to hit legitimate, but I think we're still in crank mode. Trying to get this number a bit higher so we can incorporate Beijing, which is like a very big upfront expense, but we do really like that company, and increasing the bonus. What do you think of the texts on the far right of society that give maneuvers and influence? I probably have underevaluated these texts, because when I formed the evaluation of these texts, it was before influence was really good. Because what does this represent for us in terms of... So we already have one 10% modifier getting us to this, so it would represent another like 100 or so. I mean, I don't think they're as good as these two texts, but like... They're better than they used to be, with the metagames changing. Why have you been blowing low government wages? Just stingy for construction? Stingy for construction. Like 100% just trying to max construction out. We're also about to hit external trade too, though, so that's going to be really nice. And Egypt is folding here. Which, I mean, I guess we could zoom in on the pew-pews. The fall of Cairo. Classic British intervention. We're not going to get started on the thing right away, though. Can we get some meows in chat? All hail. I think once all these employ up, yeah, I'm just gonna get started on that. Nice. Maybe a world where we want to suppress the landed gentry, actually, because this will help to bring us up above 50%. So maybe we rake back some of... Thing is right now we have a pretty good thing going on with our float. My voice is getting scratchy. I'm gonna refill the piss jug. Can invite 2 countries to the block? Normally we're not bringing in countries like this, but I think they both say no. Oh, they're both potential, yes. We get a huge relations hit. But I think we're gonna... The move we're gonna make is once the influence changes. But I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, be right back with a refilled water jug. Meow. Meow. Cat is so stressed out. Cat is not happy at all. Meow. Cat is big stress. You love the car? It's not the car. It's the planes. You got an ad over the airplane sound? Terrible. Fortunately for you, there's more. I do not refill this jug in my bathroom. Bro, I would have to have a weird bathroom sink to be able to fit this. Do you guys want the window open for louder planes? Maybe that's the real question we should be asking ourselves. Let's do a little bit of a poll. The poll is on the YouTube. Let's link the YouTube for the Twitch viewers. Connecting to chat. I'm trying to connect, man. Spiritually, emotionally, physically. We should build a battle station. Should. The window is closed, by the way. It is closed right now. The meows you're hearing are closed window meows. So they are so much louder if the window's open. Get some sonic booms, maybe. Have a little bit of a time. Obviously, it's gonna be a yes. Well, I mean, that's on the viewers then. I scratch my ear, barely hear it as it is. Please, Mr. Journalist. No louder. Well, here we're a fan of democracy. Wait, did the poll not go through? Oh, it did go through. I just accidentally clicked something. What did I click? Well, 3/4 of you think that the planes aren't loud enough. We have a Discord? Yeah, the Discord should be in the link down below. Why do you temporarily have planes overhead? You know, sometimes you just have planes overhead. We live inside an airport, actually. The loud plane airport. Bro, we're still getting to add more construction. Insane. Just the pop-off is so hard. Like, I think a big part of this is that, like, you start with so much more. You start with, like, more than double the financial districts the next guy, so your free money modifiers start rolling in way faster. Are we not doing Suez today? No, I think I'm not gonna rush it. I think my GDP is gonna be big enough by the time I would get it built out and employed that we don't want to build and we don't want to rush it just to get the company. So, but we did take Sinai. We are incorporating it. Wait, how do we have 0? I mean, we might build it now. I was under the impression that we would have a bunch of turmoil and we would just let the turmoil decay down, but we have no turmoil here. I don't know what that's about. It still takes a really long time to build, and I think by the time we get it built and employed, we don't want to slot it in because we'd rather have our other companies, so... but it also increases the whatever it is. Your construction isn't that much higher than the USA game. It's about the same as the USA the game. It's a little bit higher. Our GDP is higher than the USA game, and we're also ahead in mandate relative to the USA game. But I also think... Oh, yeah, here, let's go. I also think the USA game... Like, the USA was looking really good in that game, I think. Like, USA was kind of looking a little bit better than France. But one thing is we're spending so much Diplo on all of our subjects right here, so... Meow. That we haven't really been able to set up, getting good relations with GPs, here on this game. Right, so we're in poor position here as the UK for getting bankrolls, like especially poor. But the flip side is we kind of are getting a free bankroll in some sense from the EIC, which is actually paying us more than a bankroll. Plus, on top of that, all the other countries combined paying us relatively, like, a close amount. We do want to increase volume of trade now, though. By a lot, if we can, so... I think we're going to take a look at that. Specifically exporting the goods that we have companies for as best we can. Yeah, the dyes are a weird one because we are tariffing it, but... Hey, Urgend Germand, thank you for the noise. Nice plain listening stream. Well, just for that, and because the poll is winning, I think we got to do it. Let's open the window. Let's open it a crack, huh? open about 3 inches here. The people have voted. It's a landslide. Oh, it's a landslide, you say? Let's open it more. If I could get married, I'd marry the news. Meows, you mean? Yeah, me too. Same, to be honest. So now we just want to, let's see, tools. One thing is that, like, effectively will decrease our roots. I think we're not emphasizing wood enough, actually. Let's actually just max out the wood in these places. And do some of that. Chat is wrong, democracy has failed. Generalist, it's time to return to autocracy and the good UK flag. What do you mean? 3 inches is about average, true. Big true, true if big. You guys asked for it. How much authority will we get refunded? If we build, so if we build the thing, it'll refund us 100 authority, effectively. Sorry, the thing is not specific for those of you who like aren't inside my brain. We build the power block statue, giving us minus 25% decree cost. Someone just posted in July 1842 in Germany. The race has begun. Do you have a link? Can you share with the class? Post it in Mayfo that you have your window open. Bro, how loud is that? That one didn't even get that close. That's crazy. How much construction is this cost? 2,500. Is that worth it yet? I mean, eventually it's worth it, but... I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if we can EOS some things. So... let's put that to the economies of scale cap. Put that to the economies of scale cap. Current economies of scale cap. Maybe that's okay. And then if that's the case, I think we do want to max these out, and we are. Do you live near an Air Force base? Yes. It's in screenshots in Discord. Meow. Came for the Victoria 3, stayed for the plane noises. Enable audio clipping? I'm trying to clip into the next reality. I want to hear the soundboard screen. What is this? Liberty, you can't have that. Wait, what is this? Oh, for a second I thought we were, like, in a play against the USA. I was like, that's not what we're about. Let's add a couple just so we don't get run over. My music is my expression. Do we really have enough? Perfect. Hot damn. We have enough to improve relations with yet another person. Let's just check trade agreements real quick. Doesn't look like we can get ones kind of we want. Let's improve with Prussia. I think we're more likely to side with Prussia to help them form North German Fed. Unless we want to actively block it, but... kind of inclined to take Transvaal next. I think that's going to be our next war, mainly because we're not going to do it to kick us above 25 infamy, but mainly because we don't want them to do anything weird first. Defensive pact with the US, we're going to say nah. What's the point of getting treaty ports versus other war goals? I generally don't like getting treaty ports, but like I think I've under-examined this mechanic, to be honest. Treaty ports are probably going to be a lot better than... it allows you to avoid tariffs of the other country without needing a trade agreement, so you could unilaterally have tariffs and this type of thing. It also gives you an interest in the region, is some like other benefit. I generally think that on an infamy basis they cost too much. South of the Bay Area, there's an air show this weekend. Yes, this is actually the real reason. We're near the air show. Every time you say Fed, I shake in fear because it reminds you of the IRS. True if big. Okay, so I think that we just want to double down on the iron and like really push the iron low. So also give us steel mill throughput. The other one is we could do United Yorkshire Steel Producers. I think that this one becomes better once we have steel frame buildings. To be fair though, maybe we do this. I don't hate, this is, of the consumer good companies, this one's probably my favorite. I don't hate it. We don't have enough wood to really make use of the forestry one, I don't think. Eventually we would use the Kaiping Mining Company here. Bro, are we supposed to go for the construction company? Maybe we are. Construction throughput would allow us to help build taller. We obviously don't have the mandate for this now, but... yeah, I think for now it's just the iron company. Or is it the state construction? How much of our overall economy are we spending on construction? Almost all of our expenses. The thing is we don't benefit that much from the steel in there. I think we benefit more from this. Alright. Not my gumdrop buttons. We're not putting these in Beijing because of the construction malice. Patrick donates $2 and says, so a few interests are available, take treaty ports. You can do... I think a better way to take interest is to, like, subjugate someone who's really small. So often for Southeast Asia, we subjugate Selangor. But you can't... This is one of the benefits of treaty ports. The big one is that it allows you to trade with the guys and avoid their tariffs. So because we have a treaty port on China... Here, let's try and explain this a little bit. Because we have a treaty port on China... we get to move way bigger volume of trade because otherwise they would be tariffing our goods coming into their country. And this bigger volume of trade is going to benefit us because our fabric stuff is a lot more profitable because we get to chunk down the price and we're trying to underproduce fabric ourselves so that we're not upset that fabric is cheap in our economy. And so we're trying to import it or have it produced in the EIC or this type of thing. We're also exporting opium, which is making the EIC more money, this type of stuff. But this is allowing us to specialize more in an industrial economy by importing these things, and we can import more of these things. Specifically, as far as treaty ports go, the one on China is going to be the one that's like most worth it. And I'm not sure how worth it other treaty ports are. Japan's probably the next one. Should you also incorporate Ireland? Probably. General, I have to head out. Have a great night and rule Britannia. We will try. Have a good night, Gene. We should incorporate Ireland. We should be trying to add more of these government admins. The thing is, yeah, let's add some more of these at the back of the queue. Once we're not at war, we're... See, federating will also cost us some authority, too. I don't have the answer, Sway. What I really don't have the answer of is what we're supposed to do with our next mandate. I kind of feel like we're almost supposed to go for the construction company here. Which is normally I think what you do is you save up to 3 mandate and you swap the construction company out for one that is better overall. However, we generate mandates so fast and it's going to be a while till we have a really particularly good company, so I think we might just go for construction 3 next and then vassalization 3. Extra income transfer from subjects is actually not terrible. We're getting a huge amount of income transfer from subjects. We're getting like 100k, so increasing that wouldn't be bad. God, and we're still, like... We need more construction because the investment pool is buying buildings. This is, like, deceptive. It says we're, like, losing money, but we're not losing so much money that we, yeah. Add a little bit more. Don't want to accidentally throttle it too hard, but... You know how it is. So next war is going to be for Transvaal, we think. Just looking to get in the gold kind of quickly. We're going to put this on auto-expand. We mainly... I don't know if this is worth the construction, but we mainly want to get condensing engine pump on our AI in terms of how it thinks of the gold. We cannot tolerate this behavior, except we can. Except we won't. But now we'll get to incorporate a little bit more. I think we already started incorporating here. Yeah, we did. Now one of these guys has sulfur, so we'll do them next. Han secession. Oh no. That's actually kind of annoying because they have a ton of our bureaucracy. I can't wait for this to, like, work different and you actually have to some, like, semblance of agency to be able to do stuff about that. We don't have good enough relations. That's kind of fine, I guess. I don't think we want to spend our Diplo improving relations with our subjects so that we can do the thing. So, can we get a trade agreement with you if we had the authority? No. I guess we'll take that hit for now. And, oh no, that actually isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but unfortunately it does break our incorporation, so... Unfortunately. Happy birthday, Kiko. Kiko's probably not even here anymore, the truth hurts. USA treaty port only? We can't get a treaty port on the USA. You can't get a treaty port on GPs. If you could get a treaty port on GPs, that would also be, like, somewhat useful too. If trading in one direction and not in the other was useful, we would be about it as well. I think this also just gets rid of a lot of our radicals, so that's going to be good for us, actually, maybe. I'm not 100%. You mean to say we will get Transvaal for even cheaper? No, you don't mean to say that because the Rev wins and we can't deck the Rev. Okay. Unless we can subjugate them. In the hands of the state, I find solace. That's true. I love that joke so much, but I feel like no one ever gets it. Truth hurts. Meow. Big nice. You've been here the whole stream, although I passed out halfway through the stream. Were the cars too loud? I mean the planes. We can't slot them in government, otherwise that would maybe be interesting. For the approval, we'll do this. We've been under freaking the threshold on approval for a while now. It kind of hurts really bad. Labor movement's kind of nice. I think this resets all of our turmoil there, so that's actually kind of really good for us. Maybe we've hit the point where we want the free authority. Meow. Or the 100 authority rake back. I think we're still Transvaal next is the soup we're swimming in here. screw that guy. We actually kind of would like him gone, so. Who do we have available? Robert Gouger. Let's not. Huh? Gouger? I barely know her. Alright. Alright. We of course have to give the China army their opium. Hey, JoPro with the... Does that mean you resubbed? Your resub's coming up soon, right? JoPro, I think JoPro might be the longest subscribed on Twitch. But hitting us with the loud car emote. Big nice. I mean, run as USA, treaty port only China. Yeah, so I probably under treaty port China in terms of my play. How I play. Like, relative to whatever's optimal. I would not be surprised. We were going to reset production methods here. And then now we're at an amount where we can incorporate. Sucks that we lose our incorporation, but I do believe that resets all the turmoil, right? Right? Bueller, right? Or the radicals, rather. Yeah. Or it looks like not all of them, but a very substantial portion. Ah! Jalapeno! Da-da-da-da-da-da. So we're not really generating a lot of revenue from that, so let's look at what we could do in decrees, maybe. So, eventually we do want to promote social mobility in Beijing. I'm not sure if we want to yet. Maybe. We're building a lot there. I mean, really, eventually we do want to... Meow. Pop-up. What are your thoughts so far based on GP testing? Well, as was kind of pointed out, we're kind of in a similar spot as the UK run, but I feel like we're popping off way harder in, like, or sorry, US run. We're in like a similar like construction basis. I guess we could play a little bit further, but also we kind of have an idea of what's going on. Yeah, I mean, UK just feels so explosive. Our overall trajectory here is like really good as well. We have one bankroll. I suppose the thing that kind of hurts is that we don't have really... What hurts the most is being so close to those planes outside and having so much to say, and then watching them fly away. That's what hurts the most. But what hurts for this is that we don't get to have good relations with GPs at the start here, which USA is really good at, and this is so hard to like think through how good it is. I can't bear reading Vic3 dev diaries. Is there any reworks around revolter tags coming up with discrimination radicals rework or no? Yes, there is. Now you won't have the silly secession movements anymore that like you have zero agency to be able to do anything about. Oh, you know what? This is a percentage modifier, isn't it? This is so much more useful now. The thing is, we want to eventually subjugate Brazil for freezies good dealsies using Sovereign Empire. So, I mean, in about 7 years, I think we'll probably have around double this GDP, which will put us around 50 million behind where we were able to get with the Germany start. But I think we have a lot of other stuff going on for us that's really strong. I mean, it's the most explosive start. The person in the Discord who formed Super Germany in 1842 had 45 million GDP on the formation. That's it? Which would be roughly on track with this run. Yeah, but we also did some things that would be maybe more min-maxy for GDP than he did, right? Maybe. I mean, I didn't see what he had said or anything like that. But if that's what on our Germany run, I think we were at like 140 million in 51, right? And I'm not sure we can have that level of GDP here as UK, but I'm also not sure we're that far off it. And like the Germany trick is played for, I mean, we could keep playing, but like the UK has some other stuff going on that's like really, really strong. Namely, you got mail. You get Charles Dickens. So you're going to be able to conquer the entire, everything that's unrecognized while low infamy. As Connor's pointed out over the last couple days as well, you can annex EIC, effectively paying low infamy prices if you just transfer all of the EIC subjects or all of their states once they're the Raj to their subjects and annex their subjects. So you can annex this entire chunk of the map while staying low infamy, basically. You also get the best start as far as colonization goes, as well. So we could do that too. So like, you could also incorporate. The thing is like there's like there are a lot of metrics where another country will be better than them, right? But the UK is just so incredibly solid on every single metric. So like the first 20 years, the person who's going to have the absolute highest GDP, I think it's still going to be Prussia. I don't think it was GDP maxing. You were at 70 million-ish. I thought we were at like 140. Were we really only at 70? Here, let me save. I might be misremembering. If we were at 70, we for sure can have more than 70 by 50. You've got mail. Don't need to remind you on your birthday. You're just getting old. Yeah, the truth hurts. So let's load the Prussia thing, because I thought it was, but think of the children. This guy's gaming. We're trying to game. Do we just get a raid? Tarkus with the 43 raiders. Big nice. Big hi. Big hello. Welcome to the loud plane stream. What is the in the hands of the state I find solace? It's a CK3 reference. In the hands of the state I find solace joke. Where like you like I think you have like a stress break, and what you do is like in the hands of like this woman you have solace, so I'm implying you have sex with the state. Okay, we're only at 74 million in 51. We're for sure past that as the UK, dog. I was not min-maxing GDP at all. The only thing I did was grab Beijing. Okay, okay. Still, that's a huge GDP bump. But bro, like 74? I'm pretty sure we'll have more than 74 million GDP by that date. And we'll have more subjects as well. So you live in an airport on a highway? What's the deal? We live... So there's this racetrack, right? And then in the middle of the racetrack... Or sorry, yeah, no, there's this racetrack, right? In the middle of the racetrack, there's a landing strip, an airport, a small mini airport. That's where we live. Inside the airport. Have you ever seen Terminal, the movie? That's us. So, state religion. I mean, I think we just have a bigger GDP by the time 51 rolls around. So like, this just seems. No way? Yeah, wait, dog. Look up the Great Racetrack Airport, you'll find it. We live in there. Yeah, there's no shot that Prussia's #1 then, right? Because Prussia's like... Prussia, you already played your card. And like, we're gonna have more construction. By the time we hit 51, we'll have more construction and a bigger GDP. I love how you got so much of the YouTube scheme that you say we live, like we're sub-renting your house. Y'all are. Have you ever seen Fast and the Furious? This is about family. But wait, I got a 1-minute ad though. No, not like this. Can you explain why YouTube chat is so unhinged compared to Twitch chat? I don't think that's the case. I mean, I have way more people in YouTube chat, but generally, like, the... Actually, I don't really know. I mean, I think in the aggregate, not talking like my channel specifically, but YouTube chat in general versus Twitch chat in general, like, YouTube chat is like, yeah, they're, like, more assholes. It's an ad from Pizza the Hut in French. Je suis un chat. Power block, no one can compete except for Russia. No one can compete, actually, just like full stop. We're almost done with all of our mandate. Bro, we have 40 members of our block. Generalist Houses Council Republic, basically. We vote on everything here. You guys could call me daddy. Would you ever be interested in playing very small countries in Uruguay? We do a lot of small country plays. People on Twitch used to type mods. Oh, is that it? YouTube is more unhinged because I'm on YouTube. Fair. The ad is over, so you can answer the previous question now. What was the previous question? We poured our heart and soul into the answer. I don't know. Why is YouTube chat more unhinged than Twitch chat? Someone suggested that it was because there's more moderation on Twitch in general. I think, like, just generally speaking, people... And I'm not talking about, like, my chat specifically, but I mean the entire YouTube thing versus the entire Twitch thing. Like, people are just bigger dicks on YouTube. And maybe it's the level of moderation you normally see in a Twitch chat versus, like, a YouTube chat. Secret billionaire? Not like this. The truth is we own the airport and the racetrack, too. But yeah, this is the Loud Playing stream. But we're currently, for those of you who arrived, we're still... I think we want to see this a little bit further. But, like... I was feeling Prussia before we did this YouTube test, is what I'm saying. I don't think we want to get the negative Diplo event here with Russia. There's, like, no need. We almost got them to not negative relations, so... I think we can go after Transvaal now, but we want to wait until the Rev wins. Because they're going to win here. But, like, also, like, our level of construction's insane. Income transfer from subjects. Is that a free money modifier? We're gonna save because I'd rather keep the my GDP lines and stuff intact. But we're gonna swap sides and see exactly how that, or can we see? I mean, we could see exactly how much they're paying us here, right? And we could see that it's 67K, but I want to see it from their POV. Or I guess we'll see it from their POV. So we're gonna slot this in and see if this wrecks their country. So that 67 should be higher, right? If we come here. Now it's 76. Fair. Now let's swap to them and see if they actually are outgoing 76, because I'm not really sure. Joe's flies into my stream every day using a private jet. Basically, how else am I going to ruin the environment? Sub-renting ordeal reminds me of something that happened a couple weeks ago where Portuguese IRS found 50 Indian dudes sharing a 2-bedroom apartment. What the fuck? Do they just, like, sleep in shifts? Okay, they do have to pay out the extra. That's fair. The interesting, like, metagame, though, where if you're going to annex a subject, actually just having a trading investment rights with the subject actually makes a ton of sense. It's kind of like this weird kind of strangeness. Uganda run summarized. I think an early Super Germany would be slightly better start for Prussia than what you did. That's possible. I also think that I shouldn't have built the canal, and if I didn't build the canal, like, the GDP would be a little bit bigger. I'm not sure how marginal that is, though. Like, I haven't done the math. Like, that's something I would really need to do the math on. What's the worst, oh no, Lino's in here. He's gonna nerf everything. No! What's the worst start end date for GDP? What's the worst start for end date GDP, do you think? One where you just can't declare a war for, like, forever. I don't know if it's, depends on how many rerolls you're willing to make, because also the countries where you need to reroll a lot and you sometimes just die. But hello, Lino, how's it going? How are you doing? We are currently testing which countries we think are the best countries in the entire game. And this is the last one we have yet to test, featuring loud planes outside. Yeah. Sleep standing up, we try. Basically the most impressive bunk bed scheme I've ever seen. Hot damn. That's like wild. You're just like bunking like 4 vertical. And happy Friday, naturally. Big nice. Big happy. Tarkus, for all of you Tarkus viewers who are on Twitch, Tarkus has betrayed you and swapped over to YouTube. Be sure to let him know. Except you'll just let him know in the Twitch chat, but he won't see it. He won't see it. So preview, which are best? So I kind of think there's like 2 categories. There's the top 3, and then there's the 4 through 6. And we're kind of changing our opinion on the top 3, which might just be top 4. The top 3 are France, Great Britain, and Prussia. We are excluding Austria from the count because you just form Super Germany and Prussia's just better to do it with, and so Austria is just like a weird type of thing where it's just a worse Super Germany, but like if you wanted to count it, it'd be in the 4 through 6. And then USA might be top 5 because they have the easiest time getting bankrolls overall. And then we also have Russia and China kind of rounding it out. So I guess that implies there's kind of a top 4 plus Russia and China at 5 and 6 somewhere. Tarkus is double chatting. I'm good, thanks. I look forward to you having to redo the whole test once 1.8 comes out. So a big thing is actually like the last patch, before yo-yo sways were nerfed, USA was #1, and also before you got all these modifiers where you can like get way this enormous amount of infamy reduction on unrecognized powers and infamy reduction in general, like civilizing mission and multilateral alliances. Before you could stack all this, China was probably like, it was China and USA were 1 and 2. I don't know which one was better, and now like they're like 4 and 6 or something. Which is like such a wild type of headspace to be in. And then like UK has kind of not been in the discussion for like top for a while, and now I think they're potentially #1. So like it's this interesting thing. Twin paradox. I think Caucasian image is the worst for end date GDP. That's a very reasonable one, yeah. Because I don't know how long it takes you to get to the coast, if you even can, but whoever takes the longest to get to the coast is going to be the worst, right? And I don't know the answer to that question. It's just very, very, like, clearly a coastal thing. Man, we can add even more construction. Brother, the construction throughput is going to be so nice. Yeah, this is nutters. The Grand Old Alliance. Shame. That's going to give us a -30 relations hit. We should buy a cake and eat it. I think he's talking to Kiko. Shout out to Kiko. Happy birthday. Friends and family. You're so you're right where you should be, basically. Ordered chocolate cake with berry filling with D's nuts as a topper. Nice. How about you construct some of this throughput right here, points at nuts, basically. Yeah, that's another thing that's like hard to evaluate, but with UK you get to hit the throughput faster than anyone else. That's probably not as big a factor as we think it is, but like, I don't know, man. It's kind of a thing. Jesus, when it shakes the door, that actually does startle me a little bit. Alright, we're gonna start exporting luxury goods to these guys with the idea that we are trying to increase prices and we're trying to increase volume of trade so that we get more influence. But we're gonna continue on our way here. We kind of had a big thing come in. Who joined them? Dahomey? Dahomey be homieing. Yeah, that's true. Invite to power block. I don't think we can invite anyone to our power block, but eventually we do want to get like Spain in. Spain and Brazil are going to be the two nuts that we're trying to crack. We already have these guys as subjects, but I think this might be the last. New Granada, I think, is going to be the last recognized power we violently subjugate. Transvaal finally finished their war. They're done shitting the bed, so we're going to go after them. 16 infamy. Alright, nothing consequential. Daytona racetrack in the background featuring Battle of the London goes hard. Tarkus, these are planes. These are planes today. Chat's evolving just backwards, basically. I can't wait to become a bacterium again, to be honest. This humanity thing, overrated. Take me back. I want to only have one cell. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. How about not? Do we really have that much government administration? I mean, we could incorporate that a little bit here. If we can remember. So Ulster. We don't want to incorporate stuff like this necessarily. I mean, going on eventually we do one in. Yeah, okay, let's do it. And then I think we can increase institutions a little bit. Just a little bit, just the... We kind of maybe want a new institution, though. I didn't realize we weren't passing a law. No health system. Who likes this? Anglican Church hates it. But then we could use the Anglican Church to pass the other thing. What else do we want to get in? How about this party? Let's try and get guaranteed libs. I know this is a pretty bad roll, but like, we would like it. And then, let's actually, before we get a rev brewing, let's come in and let's delete places where we have universities. Let's actually swap to secular academia and the actual correct PM. Rip the dream, God. And we're gonna delete down to something looking a little bit more like that, and then we're gonna add, I think, economies of scale universities in Beijing, where we don't have a construction malice anymore. And then I think we're going to add another 10 here. And that'll feel pretty good. Membranes suck. Yeah, basically. We had a superior cell wall. Bruh. This is, I'm here for this. Multicellular privilege. The future is now, old man. God, why are we making so much money? We just added more construction. What the frick? Disgusting. Let me out of here. We might be coming off of the construction edict sometime soon here, but like honestly, maybe not. You just get to have, you get to like play tall as like UK, which you like don't get to do as like France and like Russia. To some extent you can do it as Prussia, but you don't get the authority. You maybe swap sovereign empire as Prussia, but just like 1.7k authority, my guys. We have one mandate available. We were deciding between whether we want vassalization too or we want to start pushing for construction. The second level of construction is so bad, but we are doing this for the conglomerate company. Let's just push this. I mean, we have a bunch of universities coming in that are going to cost money, but we actually are just increasing way too fast on the money. Like, the balance lies to us. We're making more money than this because we're constructing buildings and the private interests are buying them, so... and then we have some convoys, so we don't need to add more ports. Let's actually add one port here. Let's take a look at the Suez situation. Alright, we're thinking that we don't want to put it in by the time we get big enough. It's time, everyone. We have the boy. The man, the myth, the legend. Where's Charles Dickens? He's right here, bro. He's right here. Look who we got. Look who we got. Look who we got. He always has been here. So, we kind of want Guaranteed Lives to finish if we already high rolled it, but like, we gotta make these guys insurrectionary, abdicate to them, and then we gotta pass monarchy again. Yeah, buddy. Your boy Charles Dickens is in the house, though. Big Dickens, basically. Dickin' people, it's time. It's Dickin' time. This is a point for GB. Yeah, hell yeah, this is a point for GB. Someone told me he can't spawn until 1870. I think that someone was the wiki. This is 1845. When are we going to be on the Talk to a podcast? You're actually the second person who's asked me this. But like, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Bruh, I'm not saying Charles Dickens is the best character in the game, but I am saying that they spit on it, and also he's the best character in the game. They spit on it for Dickens. Bruh, he's 32. He's 32 with 50% in terms of character health modifiers. He never dies. He ain't never scared. Have you all heard Bone Crusher? We would play it, except we don't get DMCA'd. That's Bone Crusher, never scared. That's Charles Dickens. And you guys are like, man, that song was from forever ago and it wasn't ever popular. And we're like, yeah, that's right. Oh, permanent popularity on him? Yeah, probably. So do we want the relations with France, or... I think we actually like relations with France over... No, we don't. Over education access? Nah. That's free, that's activist author, that's free authority, baby. Free authority. Target says I'd spit on that thing. I'd spit on that thing too. We're about to spit on that spit on that thing. So good. Bro, how is... I went into this, like, today thinking, like, you know, maybe UK's not the best, you know, starting the entire game, but, like... Bro, Charles Dickens... Maybe we just can... Maybe the test is over here. Maybe we've decided... By the way, in the past, what is it, 3 years, we've come up 10 million GDP, right? Like, just very easy peasy. And we're running a positive balance because we're terrible at the game. And, like, now we have Charles Dickens, who's about to give it to him. Sag held for review. It's Jover. Maybe we just stick in Dickens, right? Alright, let's save, because this is a little bit of maneuvering. I still want to... The, like, min-maxer in me still wants to try and pass Guaranteed Lips here, though. Is there a victory list of historical characters? Listen, the only one you need to know about is Mr. Dickens, okay? You don't need a list. Here's your list right here. You can look at the wiki, and if you look at the country entries, it'll tell you what historical characters are for that country. Dickens wants no home affairs. You know what? Maybe we just do no home affairs then. Maybe we just listen to Dickens. To be fair, we could just promote him to Gov, but, and he'll stop doing that. Thomas Barnes, get out of the way. He's even got literary, though. Can we double abdicate to get him in? We've double abdicated to get him in before, so we abdicate to someone, and then that someone abdicates to Dickens. No, we want him in as the president. We want to just straight up abdicate to Dickens. And then once he's president, then we just pass monarchy. Or we abdicate to turn it into a monarchy. We're gonna need someone to agitate for monarchy then. Obviously we can't get that until we're off monarchy. Rip. Okay, we're gonna keep playing. We're gonna keep playing a little bit. It's the pie thumbing time. Target's making good use of the pie thumbing emote. We need Millennium Dawn for Vic 3, but we couldn't emulate this permanent stagnation. Didn't want to give it to him, but we wanted to give it to him, you know what I mean? Charles Dickens. And we're about to get, like, we're close to where we go for civilizing mission in here. Actually, you know, we could just ahead of time civilizing mission. This is just going to be a few years, and then we'll have Dickens with a minus 25% infamy generation, unrecognized powers. We'll get an additional 15% from our colonial offices 3, because we will upgrade from the institution level 2 to 3 once we get that. And then we'll have Dickens for like another 25%. It's multiplicative, but like... Basically what I'm saying is we get to go and invade China for free in just a minute here. Persia sides with Mara. They should have done the Mara shuffle. Rookie mistake. Can we get a trade agreement with these boys? How close are we? Not very. Yeah, fair. They are antagonistic. New mandate. Just like instant mandates too. Bro, the UK is so good. We can't even disband the guy we wanted to disband. Actually, let's disband this one. This one's better disband. UK is so disgusting. Alberta. Look at our guaranteed liberties is actually just like ticking on an 8% thing. Bro, we're so good at this game. How handsome are we? Hey, Generalist Gaming, is puppeting Kuman a good idea this early in the game? Kuman. See, I'm gonna type in here, and you're gonna say Kuman D's nuts, right? This is the jig. Is puppeting Kuman. But you know what? You can't get a guy who's got Charles Dickens. That's not how this works. Watch me nerf the hell out of Great Britain after this is over. No, Hannibal's gonna change the name of the game. The name of the game's called Bismarck 1. The truth hurts. The game becomes Bismarck 1. Prussia's buffed. It's all Jover. UK's block is crazy. 10 years and you're maxed on mandates before you can even make a block of some majors. Yeah. To be fair, we want one more point of vassalization, and then we're basically maxed. Not like this. Yeah, watch. Look how... So, people often ask me, how do you pass laws so fast, Generalists? And there's just two things you need to do. You just need to be really good at the game and be really handsome. So even though this says 8.6%, this is actually 100%. You have to apply the handsomeness modifier. So right here, we're just gonna pass this law. Easy peasy, just... Oh. Okay. I guess we weren't that handsome. Not as handsome as Charles Dickens. My kingdom for obligation. Prussian yellow will make a return, not like this. Just change all the art too. It's just all Bismarck. Heard about EU5. When is Paradox gonna release Putin 1? Not like this. Can you create a video for best places to conquer infamy-wise? We're kind of planning on that type of thing. Huh. They side with the revolt, you say? Well... kind of feel... if we side on the same side of a play as Austria, we might be able to pick up a trade agreement. So... let's let this develop a little bit to make sure no one else joins. Legislative failures? What do you mean? God, they're just really... they're really driving home the lack of handsomeness. It started out as a joke, but the game's like, no, no. No, no. No, no. No, no. And we're just like, okay. You got us. So attitude here should change to a genial. Yes, we're still a little bit far off the trade agreement. A little bit. Not a lot of bit. 12. That we might be able to overcome the... That's a number we might be able to overcome from changing ideological differences of government. So, what government do you have? Just the landowners. Cool. So, if we were to slot in just the landowners, just for a moment, just for the... let's actually, well... and then... we could get a trade agreement, but we now don't have the... this. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go back to this. We were trying to be careful about not letting too many ticks happen, otherwise it would auto-fail our law pass. Now we're finally losing money, thank God. Skill issue, basically. He's trying so hard to clip all this for days. Oh my, OME. No, I've always done this, and sometimes I get it, but it's funny either way. Like, it's great either way. That's what we call a free roll. Because you guys get to laugh at me when it, like, fails 92% of the time, because that's how math works, and the 8% of the time it's hilarious. But, like, obviously... you remember 5 minutes ago when we weren't very handsome? You remember when we weren't very handsome? That was 5 minutes ago. This is now. Now we're handsome. So, like, obviously... okay. I understand now. Is there a world where we want... no, okay. We don't even need to do anything in there, but, can we get a trade agreement with someone significant? No, we can't. Can we improve relations? Probably with Spain here. That will be useful for us. And then... well, now we're losing a lot of money. What's going on? Bueller? I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. Remember when we said we were making a ton of money? Was it because we're running bureaucracy deficit here? Another skill issue? Shake my head. Not like this. I promise next time we'll get it. That's not going to be enough to swap everything. Let's do that. And then... I know we got a couple silver places here, so let's put the explosives on auto-expend. I know we have one over here, but I'm pretty sure we had another. There's another sulfur place in Great Britain, right? Was it really just those two? All right, fair. Fair is fair. And then we're about to have good relations with them. So we're still antagonistic, so that's not ideal. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, chameleon. Comes. Alright, you guys remember 5 minutes ago? When we weren't handsome? We're still not handsome. We're not doing anything that makes Charles Dickens less popular. What did she acquire? Colonial Administrator. I wonder if we could export glass now at this point. Not very well. But every trade route we add is going to increase influence. Do you pull Diplo, do you Diplo pull into your block at GB at all? Not at the opener here. Like, not this early, but eventually we will, yeah. Why not use labor-saving PMs? I don't think we're out of labor yet, but we might be in these places. We still have peasants. It's not super good until you don't have peasants, but we're out of peasants here, so it would be okay here. Eventually we will put in a bunch of labor-saving PMs in, like, kind of these areas. Let's get some in the mines as well. We're also not, like, uber microing this run, because, like, this is, like, kind of more of a test than anything else, so, yeah, you are absolutely right. We should have had more trade, labor-saving PMs here. You know what we could do is we could actually probably just turn them all on for everyone for furniture, and I think the two most efficient, if I recall correctly, are furniture and tools. So we could do something like this, and then also do it for maybe let's just do it for all these. And then we'll figure it out eventually. 600 construction. To be fair, we are losing money, but thank you, the other guy. You remember the first guy? This one's the other guy. For the follow, big nice. Return to the fold, please. We have a minus 10% influence modifier? Huzzah. Oh, we're definitely going to take the influence here. Hell yeah, brother. It's been like a slog, but we're slowly getting good relations with all these GPs. We need literal two more juice. I think our tools are probably decent. Okay, which are these? Are like 0. Where do we have our adjacencies? Just Kidding, let's sort by productivity. Japan, someone opened Japan's market. When the hell did that happen? They opened their own market? We have more trade routes. Give us the juice. Thank you. Organized crime, that's me. It's like nothing. $153K deficit. 150K is going into fashion and cosmetic surgery, basically. You ever left the stream father just multitasking? Nice. Improve with Prussia. I think we would rather get Russia like reset more than anything else, but finally we get like a decent kind of roll that's gonna help get this through, and then we can get Dickens in. To be fair, we might we're gonna need to use law passes to make these guys unhappy to get Charles Dickens in, so. I'm just trying to think how we can get a monarchy movement. We might just naturally spawn a monarchy movement and just be like, wow, we're so good at this game, but trying to think if there's a way for us to do it intentionally. Is there a reason we're getting more of that? I guess we could increase Policia. Are we losing pops? That's one reason. I don't think we had a bunch in the queue. Or maybe it's trade. Let's do something like that. Although Lancashire doesn't have pops anymore. Maybe we need to make some adjustments. Next time we have like some amount of authority we're floating, we're gonna have to put in migration edicts on these three instead of just Midlands. We're down to 2 infamy, but we really want this to tick properly and then us to get Dickens in before we declare another play. That way we can reduce. Prussia has central banking unlike Russia. Oh, that is a good point. I'm trying to improve with like the person we have the worst relations with. So we can't really move Prussia up that much anymore. We could get him to the 50. I kind of want to give up on guaranteed lives. I just think we're not handsome enough. Kind of really sucks. Looks like you're on track to hit similar GDP to Prussia, but way more construction. Yeah, we have a lot of overseas buildings we own. I mean, we have a huge deficit relative to what's going on. I guess we'll just hit the friendly mark by getting the +3, which is a little bit risky because then any place that Prussia has an interest, we will spike a diplomatic malice thing. But I think that's probably fine. Let's do that. Irish mass emigration. Maybe that's why our authority is going up. Not like this. They're eating because we said that they had to eat potatoes instead of eating the grain crops, which go to the UK. The truth hurts. That also improves our cohesion, if I recall correctly. Not that it freaking matters at this point, but... Alright, so we're about to hit the next threshold here in just a couple days. Universal pop political strength, I think, is something we actually want there for... Yeah. So let's stop improving relations, and now we can get a trade agreement. Perfect. Perfect. I think we can't improve with Brazil. Shame. Let's do this. We might want to start federating. When we federate, we increase the amount of influence we have effectively. I don't know if we have the right attitude thing. We haven't really been checking this as closely as we probably should be. Yeah, definitely have not been. Would have been making more money if we had been a little bit more precise about this. Attitude worsens with a bunch of subjects, but it do be like that. Alright, I think this is going to be the last one we go for. France is likely to side against us? Yuck. No Russian interest, it looks like. We don't even need to necessarily like land Persia, but I think we'll just take the war reparations if we can, and then what year does this test end? This test ends when we get Charles Dickens in charge. We're trying, but we don't want to do that because we want to pass guaranteed liberties. And we're just like not. Maybe we could just end this test. I think we've already come to the conclusion that, you know, yeah. And we could like maybe talk through it instead. But like, yeah, like we're just like we're super on track to have just an insane GDP and level of construction by like the 1850, which is kind of like the end year mark. Is what if it was best to disband the British power bloc at game start and form military treaty? Wait, what? I don't think that's... Are you trolling? Actually, no, because they're all subjects, right? You could do that if you wanted. Sleep is inevitable. Good night. Godspeed. The pseudo-scientific method. I love getting my Charles Dickens. Yep, we all do like getting our Dickens. Charles Dickens is just absolutely insane, so we would be getting him as leader. And he spawns way earlier than I thought. The wiki says he spawns in 1870. Charles Dickens spawned in 1845. Charles Dickens is irrelevant if you're assuming perfect luck. Wait, what? How is Charles Dickens irrelevant if you assume perfect luck? Charles Dickens is never irrelevant, my guy. But, like, the level of construction we can have... To be fair, I think we overbuild construction a little bit here, but... Even still, we're hitting, like, 500 very, very fast. And this is also with us, to be fair, we, like, mismanaged some stuff. Like, we mismanaged our subjects a little bit. Of which we have a lot, but... Which is one of the reasons why we have so much freaking authority. To be fair, I think we do want to build the power block statue in these states now. But Victoria 3 TAS, when journalist? The thing is like, my level of experience also with these high infamy runs is like kind of low, where you like look to turn and burn really fast. And that's like less going into the evaluation. You can just roll cautious literary if you're lucky enough. No, you can't. Well, you kind of can. You can roll and then wait and then high roll again, but when you recruit a commander, you don't roll multiple traits. You roll like a personality trait, and then you will not be able to roll. Is it that you can't roll literary? But you can't have a general that is the initial appearing general have both cautious and literary. So you can't just cycle through looking for cautious literary, because they never start. They always start with one military trait and I think one personality trait, and then the literary is a different type of trait. And I don't think anyone can spawn with it. So literary is... See these like these blue traits? These are personality traits. And my understanding, unless I'm mistaken, I could be mistaken, is that all generals will spawn with a general trait and a personality trait. And literary is not a personality trait. So I don't think you could actually get literary on generals, just spam recruiting. Unless I'm mistaken. But you definitely can't get both, because you never spawn in with a military trait, a personality trait, and the other trait. Not on a general, but on a politician. I mean, eventually I think you can get it on a general because it appears. There's also an event where agitators get the literary trait. So in particular, if you have cautious on an agitator, you can farm cautious agitators and try and roll literary. But like... I mean, I guess he's irrelevant if you assume perfect luck. A lot of stuff's, like... I don't know, like, law pass percentage is irrelevant if you assume perfect luck as well. I think that, like, Charles Dickens is a very substantive checkmark in the, like, box for Great Britain. I think if you're not playing Great Britain, you have a better chance of, like, Great Britain exiling Charles Dickens than you do finding a cautious literary guy other than Charles Dickens. How does Charles Dickens appear in 70s if he died in 1870? Brother, real? Is he really? Here, let's pull up the wiki and see what it says, because it might just be like... I might just be talking shit. The wiki's often, like, the wiki's a little sus sometimes, so, like, you know, a little sussy. The other Charles Longley. Charles Dickens. Date after 1870. Conditions. Excuse me? That's the wiki. The classic. Very kind of frustrating when you're making a tutorial, you're trying to fact check something, and you look at the wiki and it says one thing. It's not irrelevant to have over 0. Yeah. So it's not impossible to have a cautious literary guy other than someone who has it. Seen cautious literary agitator maybe twice in your hundreds of hours of gameplay. So there's if you invite a lot of cautious guys, you'll probably hit it more frequently than like the rate you're hitting it as. But like, there's one in Russia, there's one in Norway, and there's Charles Dickens. Charles Dickens is the best. This is a better history where Charles Dickens appears in the 70s, leads the New World. Yeah, but it's also really nice that he has persistent, because you have plus 20% character health on him as well. And your ability to roll literary plus cautious plus any character trait that's giving at least 20% character health, that is like super, super unlikely, because then you'll just have Charles Dickens in place for like forever. So like, if we put Charles Dickens in place now, he probably like lives like another 50 years, like on average. And then when he dies, you just turn and burn, and you go high infamy. I think it's because he spawns via event, which is why the wiki is wrong. Oh, interesting. It also says that he leads the Intelligentsia. Yeah, the 2 times I recall seeing him, he's been PB. I think he could probably roll either one. The guy in Norway is a lie. You played an entire Scandinavia run and you never spawned. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen either the Russia guy or the Norway guy in game. I'm just trusting the wiki, which obviously a bit of a rookie mistake, huh? Rookie move, trusting the wiki. But like, I don't know, we can like compare this to other runs, but like, does anyone just not think that this, like, anyone who watched the other tests, obviously I didn't stream the Russia test, but does anyone like think that like Great Britain's not the strongest? So some of the advantages have yet to be borne out. Like the France run looked kind of weak, but like I think France's bonus like scales really well over time off their Industrialists. But like this is not like nothing. This is still a really strong modifier. So just because France's is better, it doesn't mean like we don't still make out with a bit of a bag. Expensive taste is super fucking annoying though. We hate that. I don't know what spawns expensive taste, but you get it on leaders fairly frequently. I think it might be running high taxes gives you a chance to spawn it or something like this, or maybe it's consumption taxes. I don't know what it is. It's pretty frequent. Game file says Dickens has to spawn before 1870, not after. Interesting. There's also 0 info on the Reddit or anywhere on how to spawn the Norway guy. The only consistent cautious literary is Charles. This is off the charts, yeah. To be fair, like, we probably should have a little bit less construction. We probably should have, like, 500 or 550 or something like this. I think we overshot it a little bit here. But probably could build into it, even though we overshot it, maybe. And, like, construction's not, like, the only meaningful metric. Also, but this test is the only test where we also didn't build the Suez Canal. Where I think we're just going to build it in 40 years and not use that company. We're going to build it for the sake of convoys. It's still going to be great for the sake of convoys, but I also think that, like, boy oh boy, Baclav Von & Co. getting that really early just feels super good. Spain can get their iron, coal, steel company faster, but, like, this is the second fastest one. The Russia one and the US one require much later tech. And like all 3 of these overlapped is super nice. Getting the power block stuff so fast is just absolutely insane. So to be fair, we're not going to... The other runs will have spikes, right, that we've already hit as Great Britain. Proportionally, our percentage of the investment pool reinvestment is going to be much heavier financial district, right? You can see here, relative to manor houses, which is the ratio we kind of care about. I don't know how the trade center affects the ratio, actually. But it is capitalist owned, but like we're having much higher proportion of our investment like industrialist than the other ones. I think if you're including day one high infamy, France might be better. Yeah, so this is like this isn't like exactly how I'm comparing, because this is going to be like dramatically different. I think the world conquest meta isn't to day one high infamy, but you can get a stronger looking position 10 to 20 years in if you do go high infamy day one, as France probably. I think high infamy, like UK, also plays pretty well though, right? If you're doing PvP, France is absolutely better. IG bonuses can be iffy now if you get an unlucky lobby. 100% can build into this. You must construct additional pylons. True. Hello the Alhambra. I also maybe want to save my voice a little bit for tomorrow. We've streamed several days in a row. My voice is getting scratchy. My throat is starting to hurt a lot. Too much Dickens. But like, this is by far the most construction we were able to have, like, at like this point. And our GDP isn't as big as like this run, but a big part of that is we own a bunch of stuff overseas, man. We don't nationally own anything abroad. These are all the buildings we own that are elsewhere. Look at that, 180 opium plantations. Like, so all of this is not calculated in our GDP, but we're still benefiting from it. Look how many gold mines we have overseas. Jesus. So if we're just going to look at Bahar, we're just looking at the first one. But this weekly balance, this is all going to our country. Wait, why isn't there wages? Oh, there's the wages. So this this positive balance is all going to, or not all of it, sorry. 5 of it is owned in Bahar, but the rest of that is getting shunted off into our like dividends. So this 23k. So this is going to our economy. It's just not calculated in our GDP. So this GDP number is way smaller than like the full story, right? In terms of like what's going on. World Conquest meta is to go high infamy in the 70s IMO. Yeah, I mean that sounds about right to me. I don't like playing like that. So it's like it's tough to say. I think if you have like someone, I think it's later if you can get like someone like Charles Dickens. And you just conquer everything that's unrecognized first and stay under 25 infamy. But maybe not. But yeah, 70s doesn't sound crazy. I think that you don't need to go high infamy early, and you can leverage bankrolls early. And so... But like, you will have a stronger looking 10-year bookmark or 20-year bookmark if you go high infamy, I think, day one. So, like, it's, but I think your 100-year bookmark looks worse. Have a good night, Mr. Gaming. Save the voice. Love the 3v3v3. Thank you, Naivete. Smaller than the full story is what I tell myself every day. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. The truth hurts. So, I mean, like, the France run... we maybe want to give more attention to, so let's... So this is the one that, like, was the most surprising to me. And I don't know if we just flubbed it super hard. I don't know if, like... So, like, France is gonna get the Canal, right? But I think, I guess we should have just built the canal, just because that would have been, I don't think it would have made a big difference, though. The fact that our construction would have been locked in on it, or that big a difference. I think it makes a difference, but, like, I think that, So it's a very similar year we have with France here. Leverage as many bankrolls as you can, then flip the switch whenever you don't think you can get another. There's always more bankrolls in the tank. The median GDP will be highest by going high infamy day one, but max GDP is higher later. That might be true. Like huge negative balance. A third the construction. The GDP looks similar, but we don't have all that overseas ownership. But also, like, our trajectory as France looks pretty good, but like, and I'm expecting it to be good, and I'm expecting it to get a lot better once these guys get the doubled bonus. And also, like, in terms of the percentage of our ownership, that was like, we had like 2/3 to 75%. That was capitalist owned, and here, I guess it's a similar looking ratio. I think it's still better for the UK, but do we not have a bankroll here? No, we have a bankroll. Yeah, this is like objectively worse than the UK run. Yeah, I definitely think it's the, now we're kind of comparing France and Prussia, and it's like, I kind of don't want to spoil the video, but like, actually the question might be, which is better between France and USA? Bro, I was thinking France was going to be like, come out super like more on top. Did we just mess up this France run, or is France just not as good as we think? France has definitely the strongest military game start. I mean, we haven't... I know we talked... I'm thinking about it a lot because we talked about it a lot. I don't think that's like the main thrust of like what's going on here. France also doesn't have as good of states, and like the edicts make such a big difference on the UK run, and there's like, it's just texturally just a way different thing because the amount of authority we're getting as the UK is like double. So you can't put on all the consumption taxes and also do all the edicts. Trajectory doesn't look that different to you. It's similar to the UK's. I think it's a little bit better than the other ones, but France's budget deficit is way worse looking. That's just because it's red, man. Reroll every bad lobby, even on other countries towards you. Yeah, if you're super min-maxing. Prussia looks better than this. I do think Prussia looks better than this, yeah. I think Prussia, right now, I'm thinking it's UK, Prussia, and then the number 3 spot, I'm not sure if it's France or USA. Small sample size? You're absolutely right, Board Panda, small sample size. How many 4-hour start runs should I do on a country before? Because I've played all of these countries as well multiple times, so this isn't the only sample. But we're also playing these with very similar strategies. The like difference on the UK is I didn't construct the canal. I don't think that's that big a confound, but we're doing the exact same expansion strategy on each one of these runs, where we're going after... There's no confound by me just grabbing, however much GDP, million GDP, a bunch of these states or something like this. And they're all kind of setting up for, like, the same... no one's released EIC yet. They're all setting up to do that in the 50s on, like, a timing window where you're going to get Colonial Offices 3. And I could just be overvaluing Colonial Offices 3 versus going High Infamy, but going Colonial Offices 3 stacked with Civilizing Mission. So everyone's going to get that window, except for Russia. Russia's maybe too slow on the tech. Connor's Karagwe run had more GDP at this point. Really? Did he already take a bunch of India? 225 points, even with 20% efficiency, does not begin to compete with the UK on 550. Yeah, no, the UK is clearly better than France. And Prussia seems clearly better than France as well. Just the thing is, France's overall trajectory should be a little bit better than Prussia's over time, but the spot Prussia's at, and the fact that okay, you remove one extra additional country from the bankroll's potential. I think it's substantive, but it didn't play as trolling. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Play always gets me. Yeah, I was about to say, that's very... Like, you would have to, like, rat out to the coast and then conquer all the EIC somehow, I feel like. Would be, like, the only way that strategy would maybe work. I think you were around 2 million. Yeah. The USA is the one that just, like... I guess the USA and France surprised me the most relative to what I was thinking going into it. Going into it, I was thinking USA was number 5. And now I think that's probably wrong. Although, I guess today I learned that it's easier to get a bankroll off of USA than I thought it was. So USA being an easy bankroll target, maybe, because of the native uprisings, which they're basically guaranteed to have. I mean, France, like, you're super, like, guaranteed the bankroll, basically, but, like, USA is maybe number 2 and easiest bankroll to get. You just have to have the interests, I guess. You have to use more interests, but the USA was looking really good, too. Here we're at 43. We're running a positive balance, and the USA has, like... The USA's, like, gambit is... You're gonna get more migration than anyone else by, like, a disgusting margin on the USA. And, like, you're not going to get it in the first, like, 20 years, so, that's another bonus to Britain. Even if India is quite cheap with all the bonuses to infamy, it can't compete with the free 0 infamy India. The UK has start with the other. I was actually thinking there might be an interesting strategy where, okay, so, the best strategy is probably just feeding it to, like, your other countries and then annexing it. Although, do you know if, Connor, do you know if you transfer a state, do you know if it transfers incorporated or unincorporated? Because that makes a substantial difference in terms of how much infamy it takes to get. But like the overall infamy cost of going for all of India after you force break it open with the cheese is like not, it's pretty negligible. You kind of just think everyone gets India. It's just a matter of when. USA is only easy for UK players because you can't put an interest there normally. Got it. You either need to conquer Texas or Canada. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe that's also why I didn't think you could get the thing, is because I wasn't ever getting it on other countries. You need the Great Plains interest and you can't put it there. That makes sense. It's like looking at Sonora. If Sonora touched it, that would make a little bit of a difference as well. No, I mean... There's like one last test I could do, and that would be doing Great Qing. Which Great Qing maybe is higher than 6th. I kind of think it's 6th, but it could be... Mr. Call says, my order is 1 Great Britain, 2 Germany, 3 USA, 4 France, 5, 6 China Rush. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe with some asterisks. I don't know if... I feel like I just somehow fucked up the France round really hard. It just, like, defies, like, what I think. And the USA, we have a confound. In that every other run got 1 bankroll, USA got 2. I don't know if USA on average gets 2 bankrolls. Playing Unrecognized is a pain now. Yeah, I think Unrecognized being painful, the mandates being harder, the fact that every other country is going to be able to just like eviscerate like and take a whole bunch of Chinese states for 4 infamy apiece and then subjugate China and then annex China. The only thing is China's like 80, 90, and 100-year bookmarks probably look really good because you can maximize overall global population most with China, I think. But I think even if you're doing that, EIC might be better. I don't know. EIC is like still a little bit of an aberration. I haven't played enough EIC. EIC is a little bit of a strange one. They can also help maximize global GDP pretty hard. And they start out recognized. I just don't know the best strategy for like breaking free of UK and like all this type of stuff, but EIC is maybe stronger than Great Qing. I think being behind on the tech and hitting the like this type of stuff later is like pretty bad, but it's not as bad if you're gonna go high infamy. So EIC has too much discrimination. Yeah, unless you go pan-nat and you switch to India, but then that's forever down the road. Hey, Mendingo do Capitalista. How's it going? Almost thought it said Mandingo. I was like, Jesus, that's a name. Yeah, I don't know. The GDP is obviously, but the France's trajectory, for example, looks better than the USA's. It's kind of what it was getting. The UK's trajectory also looks disgusting. Like the best looking trajectories were definitely UK and France. Like obviously excluding the enormous hitch up from the formations that you get on Prussia, but like yeah, this trajectory looks like more vertical than the USA's. And on a later date, where like the longer you go, like the flatter it looks normally, for a big chunk of it. So the fact that it's on a later date is like just also insane. But yeah, I just like the foreign ownership is just super sneaky in terms of how valuable it is, because it doesn't register in your GDP, but it's going to be like. It's still just going to be super valuable. Where are all these mines, man? So, yeah, just so much money. To be fair, these will like fall off to the extent that they will get the techs later, or they'll be behind on technology. So the economic activity of this, because they won't hit the same tech breakpoints as you, is going to be a thing, but a lot of overseas wood chops. You know what? Maybe it was a mistake for us to build all the chops out here. Because I don't even know if we're having employment problems. They might not even employ up anyway. What a time to be alive when building a chop feels wrong. Which potentially wrong. France has 15 million more GDP than USA. I think the France run was also a little bit deeper, right? So which makes the trajectory of France more impressive. So like but the real question for me is like, can USA consistently get one more bankroll? And I think the answer is relative to France, probably yes, right? Because France is like one of the easiest countries to get a bankroll off of. But USA was 43, right? And this is 46. USA just has more construction and actually is running a positive balance with that construction. Why is the balance so negative with France? So USA was like 269 construction and the GDP was, yeah, 15 million lower. Maybe it's just the price of construction goods. It's like super disgustingly high. Don't look at. I mean, we have more bureaucracy. Are we incorporating this already? Maybe that's just not worth doing this early. We really like the company, but I haven't evaluated the trade-off behind paying for bureaucracy and incorporating a 20-thing state. Bad tax law for France? Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, 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 okay. If we were on this, we would be getting 97 more, and this thing often, like, doesn't quite tell the full story, so... Okay, so we can just ignore the balance. That's 100% it. USA was 29 million GDP, and then it was 3 years behind, right? Okay, so... This is, like, a little bit of an aberration. USA... starts with a much smaller GDP than France, though, as well. But I think France is growing at a faster pace than the USA, which doesn't make sense given the level of construction. You know what, though? Well, so this is also 3 years later, but this is effectively 240 construction. It's going to be a little bit more once we get that. We also have a company slot. Oh, we were like saving it for the canal. I don't know. We might stop doing that. Yeah, 3 years. Yeah. But this is like this is the tight one, right? It was between the USA and France. You gotta ban someone on Twitch. Between these two, which is like third place, is kind of that's kind of the question, I suppose. And then also, to a lesser extent, do we want to think about Qing maybe being 4th or 5th, or are they just 6th? Qing runs are also just like kind of more of a pain to start. We could play all to the same date, which would maybe be a little bit more objective if we played all to 1850, but I think that's not necessarily really necessary. The fact that we're getting onto prop tax, though, and everyone else is on per capita as France, that actually has a lot of value. But even once you include the value, like, it's not, like, worth more than a bankroll, which the US is effectively getting, so... I don't know. I'll take down a lot of notes and try and think if there's things that... Like, so for example, one of the things that didn't bear out for Russia is I expect Russia to have, like, really good long-term growth, and, like, really, really slow start, generally speaking. But once you catch up on tech with Russia, like, the fact that you stretch all the way over here is going to make it so you have to pay, like, no convoys, you have some of the best resources in the game, you get a literary cautious guy yourself. I probably, for the tutorial, I'll probably have to heavy-handed asterisk, though, the fact that, like, I'm playing low infamy. This is kind of a assuming play that is, like, optimal, but, like, kind of within my playstyle, where I think... I mean, I think the time you turn and burn's a little bit later than Nike's fan does, but, like, Nike's fan probably knows better because he does more world conquest stuff. So if you're going high infamy in the 1880s, I mean, you'll get 40 years of use out of, like, Dickens. You can get core laws as Qing in 1836 by setting Trade Center in Formosa and deleting it. Yes. This has some costs, but it's probably worth it. I'd say France is better. You should probably go for an interest in the Great Plains early. Through Mexico, you're thinking? I assume? You go for Mexico or Texas? It's kind of interesting if going for Texas is just hyper meta, just to try and get a bankroll. No, but it makes sense. I'm 80% sure you don't need an interest there, just a defense pact with the USA. Yeah, but you don't want to. You don't want a defense pact with the USA. You don't want to sink 300 Diplo into a defensive pact. Don't ever think I'd ever use it because it's ultimate messy meta cheesy strat. Yeah, I mean, like Mexico or Alaska are the options. Alaska. Doesn't the state you own have to be adjacent to the Great Plains in order for you to be able to declare an interest there? If you have a defensive pact, you can't yo-yo. That as well. Technically, you could hope that Texas wins the war and then just attack it immediately. Yeah, I mean, well, like, if Texas wins the war, you attack Texas. If they lose the war, you attack Mexico. This is probably a fine enough strategy. Instead of going for, like, one of these. Which means you'll get slower mandate, but, like... The mandate generation is incredibly nice for both Prussia and the UK. No one else has anywhere near, like, the mandate generation they have. No, just the interest has to be adjacent? Alright. Alright. I like getting Alaska early so I could just have it filled out by endgame. This is another reason to get Alaska. Unfortunately, if you get unlucky with the native uprisings, you just still can't fill it because you can't win against the native uprisings. And you need to have a state in an adjacent area of interest. California might be a decent shout then, as well. I think I'd rather go for California than Texas. The thing is taking California will make the U.S. really antagonistic towards you. So maybe that's not even correct. Maybe you're just supposed to take like Rio Grande or like one of these states, whichever one has the most gold. That's in the Mexico HQ because it does border the Great Plains HQ. That way, you aren't going to get some weird attitude hits on the USA and can get more bankrolls from them. Something like this. Baja California, yeah. Probably doesn't cost very much infamy, right? So that's a freaking strange metagame. Another like downside for Prussia specifically is you do not have a lot of interest when you're playing Prussia, and that feels really bad. So your early expansion maybe is more about acquiring native interests, because like taking a look, you have 8 interests here. So what's this look like for you as Prussia if you're trying to farm bankrolls? I guess you will acquire an interest that is native in these two. You probably still care about Heavenly Kingdom. So there's one. You do one in the Great Plains and one in Dixie, right? So we're -1. I guess this isn't too bad. This is still doable. Taking Mexican Treaty Port meta? Yeah. Loud car. Yeah, the loud planes have gone away. By the way, next week I'm gonna fix bankrolls. I know it's scary, right? So maybe I should do my tier list assuming bankrolls are fixed. It depends on what fix you're putting in. I know you can't say what the fix is because, like, obviously, but depending on what the fix is, I mean, my opinion's always been that the bankrolls are kind of okay, with the exception of the really disgusting situation where someone with a lower GDP than you is bankrolling you. Like that's where I think the substantial problem is. Can we swap this? No. You guys still got some problems. And like I think France is ahead of the USA if bankrolls get nerfed. Like, you could totally say what the fix is. Oh, this sounds like a troll coming in. What's the fix then? I feel like you're pulling my leg here. Oh, you're gonna say I can say what it is next week. Technically I have an NDA, so I think you could DM me, but I do not want to receive information regarding something that I can't talk about at this point in time. But yeah, I think the USA having better relations with everyone is like a really substantive thing for the USA that is going for it. Yeah, that's gonna be the hard question. I think it's gonna be between USA and France. I think Russia's definitely worse than both. Russia, but to be fair, Russia's gonna power spike. Like they're gonna have a nice little spike between the 40s or between the like 50 or the like the 30 and 60 year kind of bookmark. I got 1.3 million bankroll as Belgium from USA. They collapse. Very sad. Yeah, they collapse. They bankrupt, and then you can subjugate them. Biggest thing is that we want to put a limit on either side, depending on which value is lower, so that you can't get a massive bankroll from a country that can't afford it. I think that this is the really good fix. I think it changes the metagame quite a bit. Bankrolls are still going to be really good, even once that happens. But yeah, the bankroll someone until they collapse, bankruptcy, and then become a minor power and then subjugate them, like play pattern, is just insane. Or if they rev after bankrupting, which is fairly common, then you like sway for a free subject. Like that's like entirely caused by you're bigger GDP than them and they're still bankrolling you. Block them so they can't silence you. Yeah, this is not a secret. I absolutely write this on the forums or Reddit or whatnot. If someone asked, can you fix bankrolls, please, for example? Okay. Yeah, like I'm so much like more antsy about like NDA stuff than I should be. Like, I think there was like a meeting thing that I was invited to talk about like narrative content or like this type of thing, but it was going to be under NDA, and like I didn't go to, and this is maybe why I don't get asked to do stuff, but like I didn't go to it because like I was like, the structure of the NDA, the way the NDA is written is if something gets told to me and then it doesn't get put in the next patch or it doesn't get put in at all, I still can't talk about that thing for 2 years. Like if you guys have something you are working on and maybe going to do, and then you don't implement it, I still can't talk about the thing for 2 years. And then not only like I don't like that if I can't talk about something and then someone asks me about it, and then I say I can't talk about it, technically in some sense I'm revealing information, which doesn't violate the NDA saying you can't talk about something, obviously, but like I feel like I've violated the NDA. And so like I don't like to receive information, or like I just go completely dark on the channel when I have early access. Because early access is different because there's no that I just get the game early, and then once the patch is released, then I can talk about whatever. And there's no like 2-year event horizon where like I just can't talk about like there was a migration change you guys considered and then you didn't implement, and then I just can't talk about it for 2 years. The consumption-based taxation to trick the AI meta. There's probably going to be some sneaky stuff that you could do to intentionally depress your economy to try and get a bankroll and then re-up it. But if it just auto kills the bankroll, or the bankroll just has a cap, then it doesn't matter if you're like tricksy. Now it's good to be careful about it, but this is my public plan that I'd like to address it this way, like likely happening for 1.8. Yeah, that'll substantively change the metagame and make the like war reps metagame considerably stronger. I still think the bankrolls would be better, but maybe not. What's the next DLC going to be about? I think that my guess is it's going to be with boats, but the next patch is different than the next DLC. Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be the boat DLC, and I can talk about it because I have no information about it, but Lino can't talk about it because he has information about it. I have no information. I'm free to speculate, which is a kind of position I also like to be in. But Yeah, this is, are we on a new game, or are we on the... We're on the France game, huh? Yeah, this is the France game. So... I mean, what I want more than anything else is, like, Diplo plays getting, like, significantly reworked, more than boats. But if you ask OPB wants boats. Man, does he want boats. So we'll take one last look at the UK round, then we'll probably wrap up the stream. The DLC that adds space exploration, basically. Bankrolls are 10 years. Yeah, the 10 years, like, I also think... I don't mind the... It used to be that if they went bankrupt, the bankroll would end. I wouldn't mind that coming back either. But I guess it would feel bad if they're about to go bankrupt and then they, like, offer you a bankroll and you're like, yay, and then they go bankrupt, like, the next thing, and you're just like, oh. Oh, I see. Can't wait for the Factoria DLC. Basically. Space shuttle with the Maori Empire. But, yeah, I think that it's like, there's some things about the UK start that are just like, not super obvious that make them like really strong. And I think a big one is these buildings in foreign countries, which like are just hidden. They don't count towards your GDP, but like, bro, there's a lot of buildings here. 180 opium plantations. That's like a very large amount. In terms of cash reserves, they're adding 4.5 million cash reserves. These cash reserves proportionate to... Oh, that's weird. So cash reserves 25k for that type of building, and then a textile mill. It's cash reserves are really just 25k flat for each one, modified by your various like tech modifiers you have. That means you get way more cash reserves from 200 construction cost buildings. That's probably something I should have known. Yeah, then the level of reserves you have is going to scale very weirdly with GDP growth, but I think cash reserves probably should scale linearly with construction costs, but maybe that makes them employ up funny. Also, bankrolls should be based on taxes the country would receive on medium taxes. Yeah, that'd also be a really nice change. You know, if the bankroll amount were not based on the actual taxes you're collecting, but based on like if you had medium taxes. Because right now, it just, if you're ever receiving a bankroll, you just immediately go max taxes. OPB just wants the petite bourgeoisie. Baby, you know me. Or you know him. Yeah. If it's counting buildings you own and the buildings they own, if it's a split building. Oh, you're right. It is counting all of them. We still own an enormous percentage of these opium plantations, though. All the blue is us. So like, we're still owning a very large share of these either way. But you're right. It's not 180 we own, but no, we don't get cash reserves on foreign buildings. I was just checking the cash reserves because it's a point I made in the like latest tutorial video, like the more complicated tutorial video that was somewhat late, which is that as your GDP goes up, so will your cash reserves. But your cash reserves are going to go up more if you're building agrarian buildings or 200 construction cost buildings than if you're building 800 construction cost buildings. So it's not going up linearly with GDP because it depends what you're building. So in theory, you can like ride the lightning harder if you're agrarian in terms of the amount of debt that you can accumulate to inject into the economy. And like mathematically, this is hard to... There's so much like attached to that like video that is mathematically so hard to model that like I couldn't do it. And so there's so much left out. There's like so many variables, but like And also, like, bro, I already spent so much, like, working on what I had there that I just, like, I didn't want to, like, spend, like, another, like, 30 hours or something just trying to, like, perfectly solve everything. That is an interesting, like, tidbit. But yeah, I wasn't suggesting that I thought you get the cash reserves. I don't think you get the cash reserves. You get the cash reserves on your local financial districts, I believe. That's how this works, which they have a share of the financial district as well. So here we have a cash reserve of 1.4 million, which is, looks like it's, what, 100k per level? Or do we have eyes? No, it's 10k per level, right? Math is hard. But in any case, it's going to be, some of it's going to be shunted off to the ownership proportion. Yeah. I like it, good idea. Yeah, so, like, right now, like, there's times when you want to reduce taxes for whatever reason, and then you get a bankroll, and then you have to max taxes again. It feels really weird. Usually only grant privilege to invest in your country, or try and invest in other countries, even. Usually you don't grant investment rights. There's this weird type of interaction, though. If you're going to annex a subject, granting them investment rights is actually probably good. Love your content. I checked an old run before watching your tutorials, and I had millions of peasants in Argentina by 1930. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I think we're gonna wrap this up though, because I want to have a voice for tomorrow, because we are gonna stream tomorrow as well. Been a very stream heavy week. It's plane week. The planes be out. And so. Yeah, let's find someone to raid on Twitch. Hopefully someone who's streaming the category. Right? Could just raid Pinkward again. Oh, Neff's. We're just gonna raid Neff every day. Alright, I think we're gonna raid Neff, who is a regular on the official... A very frequent AAR, very frequent chatter on the Discord for Victoria 3, so we're going to give him a raid, and we're also going to link to the YouTubers, Neff as well. He is playing Frostpunk though, so you guys can tell him he should just switch to Victoria 3, which would maybe be a little bit funny, or you could just watch some Frostpunk, which is a bit of a thing. Yeah, I'll remember to make the 3v3v3 teams. But anyways, have a good night, you guys. Godspeed. Farewell. Bye-bye now.